live from Evolution Lisboa, over here in Lisbon, Portugal's hilly coastal capital city. From the imposing São Jorge Castle, we are here today with, it's been a long time coming, but we are here today with the first group of the StarCraft Evolution League Fall Championship. Merry Christmas indeed. I am, of course, your host, Yaku of the Zaku, and with me today is El Gran Maestro Entrenador que ha nivelado a todos los retenedores, Light _ VIP. How we doing, Light?
What's up, Yaku? What's up? It's been far too long since we have casted together, Papi. Oh my god, it's been far too long. It's great to be here. It's great to be back once again with something a little bit different, something a little bit special with StarCraft Evolution.
Indeed, I am not ready at all, but I'm sure this is gonna be an experience.
Oh yeah, mate, you're ready for this, mate. You know, you watch Brood War, right? You know.
I watched that one time when Rain played against, I think, Snow.
Yeah. I like
what it was,
like a BlizzCon show match or something, right? Like,
yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
Let's go. You'll be fine. You played through the StarCraft Remastered campaign, you know, like for like an hour or something, right?
I did do that on stream and didn't realize that I was muted the entire time. And then once I fixed that, I got drafted into playing Big Game Hunters with Milk and Cookies for like 3 hours. Milk and Cookies, Catatonic, and like a few other people from the clan.
Mm-hmm. So really, you're the expert.
I know a little bit. I know about Brood War. Yeah.
Humble. So yes, we are back, of course, and for those that are curious what the hell is going on, of course, we've been covering the StarCraft Evolution League over the past couple of months. It has all been leading up to the StarCraft Fall Championship, and we're going to be going over the group stage here day after day after day after day. We have today Group A, of course, followed by Group B, Group C, and Group D. Over the next week, we are going to be covering all of these matches. Of course, these matches did occur live over the weekend. We were, of course, busy covering our own events. We were covering Fire Grow Cup and Sparkling Tuna Cup and Master Sworn Open. There was a lot of StarCraft here on the channel over the weekend. We weren't able to cover this live, but we can catch up by replays.
We have the technology.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. As people are saying in the chat, no spoilers in the chat, no spoilers. We do not know the results. We did not know what happened in the game, so we're going to be going over everything ourselves. Likewise, we're also going to be casting the quarterfinals, semis, and the grand finals as well of this tournament, and that'll be, I believe, in the coming weeks. For now, though, we're focusing on the group stage. And speaking of the group stage, we can switch our scenes over and have a look at the bracket, have a look at the group, and we have quite a number of players here ready for us.
Oh, yes, specifically 4.
Oh, yeah.
To be precise, at least for today. We do indeed have Shin, who was kind of the breakout player, I would say, coming into SE Evo, the champion of the first weekly, if I remember this correctly. Kiwian, who hasn't really been as active as Shin, at least when it comes to participation, although he has been signing up for a couple more SE Evo weeklies in the past couple of weeks, and also just has been really passionate and really interested in the mod itself, has been casting a lot, has been making content for it, even though he hasn't been as competitive, I would say. Mm-hmm. Rebellion, another player who has been very active and has signed up a lot. And then, of course, finally, Mana, who hasn't really been able to sign up for too many of these SC Evos, but has played a lot of show matches, most notably in the Chicken Lord show match back in WTL 2024.
Oh yeah, exactly. Coming into this, I would actually say Shin is maybe the favorite player to win the entire tournament. It's kind of early to say that, but I mean, Shin, he is one of those players from SE2 that did adopt StarCraft Evolution quite a bit, who is quite competitive, very competitive in it, and I feel like whenever he signs up for a weekly, he wins it. You know, like Shin, he is a dominant force in the region. He's also been doing quite well in StarCraft 2. Likewise, you know, we even today, fun fact, I mean, we did just cover the Pico Store Monday, and I mean, Shin's been popping off. So Shin, he is a beast. He's the one to beat, and we'll see who can bring him down. As you mentioned, Rebellion is also very active. I would say Shin and Rebellion are favored coming into this, but I mean, as you mentioned, Kiwian, he's been casting a lot. He is definitely a threat to these players, and Mana is going to be a wild card as well, because we don't know how much of this game Mana's been playing.
Yeah. But he did avoid the curse of the Chicken Lord.
True.
Or the Chicken King. So
yeah,
he's definitely got a minute here to make it out of group stage and into those playoffs.
Oh yeah, exactly. He definitely can bring it back and bring it home. So we are going to be jumping into our first series of the night, the first of many. Up first, we have Shin versus Kiwian.
Indeed, we do. Nice little TVZ to kick things off. And we're about to find out who starts as a Brute War player and who starts as the SE2 player.
Sure.
We're going to be starting on Whispers of Gold.
Oh yeah, this is of course one of the new maps in the up-and-coming map pool in the PTR. So this is going to be an SE2 map, but of course we can get into some of the ported Brood War maps later on down the line. I'm sure we're going to be embracing some island maps. I'm sure. I hope. I don't know if they made it to any of the vetoes, but fingers crossed.
We shall find out. And here we go, kicking things off here on Whispers of Gold over here in the bottom right.
Yeah,
it technically is bottom right. Yeah, even though it's not at the bottom or the right. Kicking things off on the bottom right, we have our red Terran player with the Brood War units and buildings. By the looks of things, he is going to be coming down from the land of Korea. You may have known him as Top or TOP, but right now he's known as Kiwian.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin.
I forgot that I actually have to observe for myself in replays.
True. That is the one downside here, is that we cannot see each other's cameras. But we'll make do. We can make through it here. I do believe we'll be okay.
We'll figure it out. We'll just have to communicate.
Yeah, it's great. We have to talk to each other.
Wish me luck. I've been able to avoid that for years, and now you're telling me I have to figure it out now.
Oh no. We'll make it through. As we are settling into our ZVT, as I did mention, Whispers of Gold is one of the newer maps in the up-and-coming map pool that is currently live in the PTR. Some of the big features of this map is the rushes by ground is quite short, so this map does favor aggression. We've seen a lot of 2 base all-ins, a lot of 3 base all-ins, 8 Raxes, like 6/6 drone, like roach all-ins, for example. A lot of aggression can be favored here, and I'm sure our players are willing to embrace that as well. What I will also say is that I believe this map is like new to the map pool of StarCraft Evolution as well. The StarCraft Evolution map pool has been updated over time, and yeah, I don't know how much time our players have had to actually play on this map, specifically here for this mod.
Yeah. I mean, that's why when we load into this, my main thought was, we're coming into a StarCraft 2 map. That means that the StarCraft 2 player, or the player with the StarCraft 2 units, is going to be the one that's favored, right?
Yeah, I think that's definitely something that you can glean from this. I'm sure Shin has played a lot on this map, especially in all the PTR tournaments that we've been hosting and casting, so that would make sense as he is moving out across the map. So far, just Hatchgas pool standard open out of Shin. Meanwhile, across the map, we do have Kiwian embracing, not Bio, but Mech.
Yeah, that's a double factory opener to kick things off with. Does get a couple of safety marines, but other than that, this is... I'm digging deep into my limited Brute War knowledge, but I feel like this is what we see a lot more often in Brute War than we do in StarCraft 2.
Oh yeah, Mech is
Vultures.
definitely... you know the name, but you know. Let's go. But as you're saying, mech is a lot more viable, or I say viable, it's a little more prominent in Brood War. Bio as well, but mech has its place. We are researching spider mines, of course. We are getting into our vulture upgrades, into mass vulture production initially, and vultures there. Yeah, they have a really interesting role here in this matchup as well. For map control, they can harass, and they can also set up quite nicely here with their minefields.
Yeah, they're kind of like the Hellions of Brood War in a way.
Yeah, but better.
Yeah, better when you research spider mines.
True.
So I'll put it. They are. Oh, I have seen some clips in the past, or I have seen some clips in Brood War, not specifically in SEL, but yeah, clips of spider mines being basically widow mine drops, but even better, just completely shredding a mineral line.
Yeah, they can do well for themselves. We already have our first couple of spider mines being thrown down outside of the natural. The vultures do move out across. First, the vulture is going to be going down, but the spider mines are set up, and we'll see how well they can connect. Ooh, oh my god, Jesus. That was
one spider mine. That was one mine. Jesus.
You're like, why can't widow mines do that? I mean, that was against roaches as well.
Unironically. Like... Exactly. Widow mines need a buff.
Oh my god. The power of the Spider-Man. Like you can see here, though, again, they are a one-time use, and we do see Shin baiting out some of those Spider-Mines with those links, so he is slowly dealing with them, but did, find that out quite aggressively here with that first Spider-Man to the face.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense for Spider-Mines to deal that much damage. They are that much more expensive. They do not regen like a Widowmine does, and vultures don't regen them either. They can shoot out one spider mine, or no, I think 3 spider mines, and that's it. If you want more, you have to make more vultures.
Oh yeah, and more vultures, they're coming. They are coming. Behind this, I don't know if you saw, but siege mode was being researched as well. As a reminder, tanks have to learn how to siege up. They don't just come out to the factory knowing how to walk. They got to learn how to stand up and stand tall. So that has also been done here for Kiwian. Yep. He is building up and setting up that minefield.
That's a lot of factories on 2 bases. Yeah. This is not something that would be advisable if you were playing StarCraft 2 Terran, but in Brood War, the mech units are a little bit more economical like that. Yeah, they are cheaper. They are cheaper, so you can make more of them here early on. So we already see map control in favor of Kiwian. On the side of Shin, we do see Roach Ravager. Roach Ravager is being set up. As we do see some Spider-Man shots going off on the Queens. But Shin just building up his Roach Ravager, getting to his upgrades, and so far is happily getting up to 4 bases. His economy, his workers haven't been harassed too much. Yeah, he's just been doing a really good job of kind of skirmishing back and forth with these vultures. Hasn't really allowed any of them to get into a mineral line, hasn't allowed any of them to throw around spider mines in a mineral line.
Yeah, exactly. He's playing more defensively more than anything, so we could be here for a while. I will say that this map is not too conducive to turtling. This map is a lot more wide open in the center, and even at the 3rd base location, it can be quite difficult to defend. You can see just how wide open the area is to attack that 3rd base with the large ramp on the left, with the open space on the right-hand side as well, so it's going to be quite an effort for Kiwian to fully turtle up.
Yeah, I'm looking at that large ramp into the 3rd. I'm looking at all the spider mines that are defending it, as well as the siege tanks. So, all I'm gonna say is, Shin, go up that ramp. We all want to see it.
Oh no, he's thinking about it. Does think about it. So far, the tanks, they will zone the Roach Ravager away for the time being. Likewise, still just committing here to just mass vulture tank. That is going to be the composition choice so far for Kiwian. Likewise, the spider mines, their range is a little bit shorter here, and the Roach Ravager is going to be able to clean this up alongside that detection with the overseer. The spider mines, they are being shut down.
Yeah, I forgot that they're only against ground. So yeah, this overseer, it can just fly over them, without any worry. It gives Shin a lot of visibility, a lot of vision on top of Kiwian's army, who doesn't have any anti-air, now that I think about it. Hasn't made any Goliaths or anything.
Yeah, no Goliaths, no anti-air whatsoever here. Meanwhile, do you see what I see on the production tab here? It's going to be Roach Ravager initially, but Shin is now going into Swarm Host.
Ooh. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, like, spider mines, they do friendly fire, right?
I believe so.
This could be disastrous here for Kiwian, depending on how Yeah, depending on how well Shin is able to utilize those locusts and how he positions them as well.
Yeah, we'll see if we can drag any of those mine shots. Meanwhile, the Locust Wave is going to be coming up. It is going to be getting ready here outside of the third location. We'll see if Shin goes to the expansion or goes to the production here. So far, the Roach Ravagers keeping that army busy. Locust Wave on the depots initially, but there we go. The rest do go straight for the tanks. Oh.
And they're making short work of them. A little bit of friendly fire from those tank shots as well. Maybe taking that out, but now the Locusts have been spent, and all of these swarm hosts just sitting ducks. The Vultures are having a field day.
Yeah, they take down one, they take down two of those swarm hosts. Unlike Hellions, Vultures, they are a little bit more speedy. They can also dive on units like the swarm host. So a nice little punish here from Kiwian, but now this position is that much weaker. One of the tanks went down, the bunker went down, the spider mines as well, and the Roach Ravagers getting ground.
Yeah, StarCraft Brute War Siege tanks, not as beefy as StarCraft 2 Siege tanks by the looks of things.
Yeah, they are setting up another Locust Wave coming in towards the left-hand side. They get on top of the tanks! Oh my god!
Beautiful flank coming out here from Shin. Taking out the entire left-hand side of this army as the Roaches and Ravagers clean up everything else.
Yeah, exactly. The boys
he's got to forfeit this third.
Yeah, the boys are being pulled in a moment of desperation, but so many SCVs are going to be going down. And again, that Locust Wave was brutal. Honestly, it almost looked like the tanks did more friendly fire than anything. Like, so many of the tanks went down. They just got annihilated by that tank friendly fire. And with that, Shinny has broken the third base, and now there's not really much left here for Kiwian.
Yeah, 27 workers have died, but he's still ahead. Surprisingly, he doesn't really have the production to keep this back. He's trying to build, I think those are not scouts, Terran scouts, Wraiths, to try to deal with the ground army. But,
Valkyries. It's Valkyries.
Valkyries,
yeah.
not Wraiths.
I mean, Wraiths still exist in Brood War, but those are the other ones. That's like, yeah, Valkyries.
That's
they are
the Brute War Banshee.
Yes, yeah, true. There you go. There you go.
Valkyries are the Brute War Viking.
Exactly, as Roaches, they bust into that. Well, GG gets called as a Kiwian does barely not have enough, and Shin will take game number 1. Ooh.
GG, nicely done. Honestly, looked pretty dicey for him for quite some time over there. Those spider mines, man, I was really banking on them to really punish things, but Shin, even though he did get a little bit punished by the Vultures with his sitting duck swarm hosts, he was able to figure that out very quickly and set up a bit more of an effective flank for round 2.
Definitely, and this also goes to show like the impact of the map itself. I mentioned before that Whispers of Gold has a shorter rush distance by ground, and a lot of those bases are wider open. Because of that, I mean, he was unaware, I should say, Kiwian was unaware of the swarm hosts until they were already in his face, right? Like, they popped out, they immediately got across the map, and because that took him a while to really respond, we saw that he was trying to work towards Valkyries. He was trying to get some kind of anti-air to help deal with those Locust Waves, but he didn't quite get there soon enough, and he was kind of caught with his pants down before he could really react to the swarm hosts of Shin.
Yeah, that's just the issue that you have, right? When you're not really able to get into your opponent. I mean, Shin was doing such a fantastic... Despite all those spider mines, Shin was doing just such a fantastic job of preventing Kiwian from really diving into his bases with those vultures. An interesting thing about Brood War as well is that you still do have scanner sweep on your with your CCs, but if I'm not mistaken, it's a little bit more expensive.
Yeah, it's a little bit different in a sense, just because I believe you don't have as much energy to work with, so your scans are a little bit more limited. Of course, they are an add-on on your CC. You don't morph into an orbital. You have like a little comsat station that's next to the orbital that does provide the scans. So yeah, it is
blocks the mineral line a little bit, but
it's something to bear in mind.
Yeah.
For sure. But regardless of that, GG well played. Shin does take a lead in the series. And now we're jumping into game number 2. It is going to be on Ley Lines, another StarCraft 2 map.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, I didn't notice that initially.
Yeah, it is going to be one of the other newer maps on the PTR. This map, though, is more defendable, is a little bit more easier to fortify yourself on your 3 and 4 bases.
Yeah, and we'll see how that comes into play as we load into Ley Lines, where we're here in the top right-hand corner this time. Starting all the way to the top right with the SC2 army, Terran army, I should say, We have our red SE2 Terran coming out from the land of South Korea. You may have known him as Top or TOP. He is now known as Kiwian.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Brood War Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators, leading the series 1-0. It is Shin.
Now, I don't know if it's just a novelty light, but yeah, I do feel like my eyes tend to be more on the Brute War player each time.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, they're different, right?
Like it was on Kiwian, yeah, now I'm looking at Shin.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's similar, but it's not quite the same, right? And that's what I find that's really fascinating about casting StarCraft Evolution.
Yeah, it's like if you're somebody who's used to having the classic skins in SE2, you might have been mistaken and be like, oh, that's neat that they're also using the skins that I use. But I was like, wait a minute, these are different units.
Yeah, and it's just fascinating to see like what's different about them and how they play differently as well, and how they adjust to, I mean, the meta or to SE2 armies. Is really cool to see. Something that I should bring up, I guess, coming into this is, one, as you can see here at the natural, macro hatcheries are not just common, they're necessary here for Brood War Zergs because queens don't exist. So you need that extra larva, you need those macro hatcheries to actually sustain yourself and actually produce an army.
I think that was the reason why I decided I prefer playing Zerg in Brood War. Again, in my like 3 hours total of playing Brood War, I was like, oh, Zerg is so much more straightforward than the other two races. Or rather, I should say Zerg is so... I feel as though Zerg is the more similar race between Brood War and StarCraft 2 compared to Terran and Protoss. I mean, Protoss especially, StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2, they might as well be two completely different factions when it comes to their playstyles.
100%. Like the warp game and the warp in mechanic is just so different. I mean, it's not existent in Brood War. So yeah, we'll see how this all comes together here. You can also see the different model of the Zerglings. You can see the lings there. They're quite different.
They're bipedal.
Oh god.
Or they look bipedal. They're not actually.
Yeah.
They don't. Oh no, they are bipedal.
I think so.
Or are they? Wait. They need to
it's like, stop moving. It's like, stand still. We're not gonna look at you. Aye.
I believe they are bipedal. They're also featherless, so you know what that means.
Oh. Does that mean they're not more accurate, or?
No, they're featherless bipeds.
Ah, there you go.
That means they're human.
Confirmed.
What in the hell happened between Brute War and StarCraft 2 that they evolved 2 more legs?
I mean, you know, for Zerg, like it's all about evolution, right? Like they, you know.
True.
But the primal Zerg should have been like this, right? Like they should have been.
Yeah, they should have been more Velociraptor-like.
Exactly.
They went from being Velociraptors to being dogs. I don't know if that's an upgrade or a downgrade.
I mean, now they can no longer open doors.
True.
Anyway, Shin's going into Muta, by the way. He's...
Ooh.
Yeah, so 2-base fire.
Yeah,
2-base Muta.
2-base Muta, which, funnily enough, I mean, it's still fairly... You see it a couple of times in StarCraft 2, but this is way more common in StarCraft Brute War as well. Now, something to keep in mind, since we are on the SC2 engine, you don't need to have an Overlord in your selection.
True. There you go. Something that was required previously to be able to stack your mutas. Alas, that is no longer required here as lings do move out across the map. Now, what's important here is that, of course, Kiwian, he's playing the SE2 race, and he is getting into his 2-on-1. Stim is on the way, is already moving out across the map. So we do see that Kiwian is going to be quite aggressive here, and going for a 2-on-1, going for a Stim timing here can actually punish Shin.
Yeah, that armory's about to finish up, and these Hellions are about to turn into Hellbats, or possibly Firebats if we want to be, if we want to stay in theme.
Yeah, I mean, the Hellbats are on the way. Mutas are in production. Mutas, though, they do not do well defensively, though. They're amazing at harassing and getting across the map. Lings, likewise, they avoid the army, but back at home, can Shin hold?
Well, we're about to find out. Stim has finished up here for Kiwian, and yeah, these mutas, they don't seem too long for this world. If I remember correctly, they're even more fragile in Brute War.
Yeah, I mean, these mutas, I believe, if I remember correctly, they
don't have regen, do they?
I believe they do have regen, but they are slightly different to the SE2 mutas, as they do collapse here on top of the army. He's down on top of the Marines, and can they focus them down? Up!
Oh, the sunken colony's coming in clutch, and will be able to allow Shin to hold.
Yeah, they put in so much DPS there. The Hellbats get cleaned up. The mutas, they survive. They move out across the map. And with that, Shin, he has held. He has gained map control. He did lose his third. His third base did go down, but he does hold.
Yeah, and that's all you can really... And that's all you really need for now. Just hold and live another day. These mutas, they did survive, and I don't see any E-base here, Light. We do have a couple of Widow Mines finishing up, and... Alright, the Marines are getting into position. We'll see what Shin's able to accomplish with these mutas.
Yeah, for now, it's going to be forced back because we do see a Hellbat drop into the natural, sorry, into the main. Going for the mineral line. Oh my god, one big volley goes off here on the drones, but the others do manage to escape in time, and the Hellbats are cleaned up. Shin, he defends, he moves out across the map. If I remember correctly, I believe these mutas, the brutal mutas, they have one extra range compared to SE2 mutas, but I believe they are more fragile. So there's that kind of give and take between them.
Yeah, they seem a bit slower, but I'm not sure if that's just the animation.
Yeah, it could be animation there. Could be. As means they do get across the map. Turrets are finishing up though, and do you see that Shin? He will lose one muta. Up. Oh.
He will lose. Okay, just one muta for the time being. I was able to get that Widow Mine just at the end. 2 mutas, 3 mutas now falling, and yeah, all these Marines starting to clump up. These mutas, they cannot sustain a prolonged fight.
They really cannot. 6 mutas did go down, so that was a lot of losses here for Shin. He has to be much more careful here with the muta controls. He has let out so much already. The mine shots up. Oh.
2 of them will go off, and it takes out just a couple more mutas, 2 more to be specific, and the rest of them just so damaged.
Yeah, they are battered, they are bruised, they have to back off. Throughout all this, Shin has been droning, has been saturating his third base, but he has also been losing some too many mutas, though. That's the problem here. He's been bleeding out a lot. He has not been able to hit any kind of critical mass of mutas to actually fight the Marines.
Yeah, he has to back away right now, and once again, the tables have turned. Kiwian not looking to go on the offensive. +1 about to finish up for him. He wants these Mutalists so bad. He knows that he can just stim them down and take them out.
Oh, the Lunkers! Hold position!
The Lunkers!
Oh my god!
Hold position, and I forgot that they were also in Brute War. The PTSD is coming back. That was absolutely brutal.
Yes, so very nicely done here by Shin. The whole position of Lurkers on the ramp. He shuts down the Marines, chases this back home, and he's going for a massive counterattack.
Yeah, he's got the Lurkers as well, the Hydras obviously, to act as a little bit of a frontline unit. Mutalisk's going to do whatever it can to soften up the ground army, while the rest of the units, the Lurkers, the Lings, get into position.
Yeah, and he just dives straight on in. He goes for the kill, goes for the throat, busts into the natural, and just like that, so much momentum just stripped away from Kiwi, he's here with the production. GG gets called, and Shin will take the series 2-0.
GG, very nicely done here from Shin. I forgot that Lurkers in Brute War, they're not a hive tech. You could get them a little bit earlier, and yeah, they are a little bit weaker, has a little bit of a trade-off. I believe they have shorter range, but yeah, that was really smart from Shin. Once again, showing that certain things, certain skills, like your creativity and your, build intelligence, unit composition intelligence, does carry over between both games.
Yeah, I mean, that was quite intense, right? Because Shin, his goal with the mutas was to just keep his opponent busy while he was building up and getting into Lurkers, right? He was taking into Lurkers, and it wasn't even that many. It was like 3 Lurkers. It was like 3 Lurkers back at home, but he had them hidden. They were on hold position. He dragged the army within range. He was able to shut him down, and then just went for the kill, right? Went for essentially an all-in, just sent everything across the map, and very quickly was able to dismantle Kiwian. And with that, Shin showing us his skill, not just in SE2, but in SE Evo as well.
Yeah, GG. Nicely done here from Shin. That's 2 games now, I feel like he has... It looked like he was down and out. Like, game number 1, it looked like there was no way he was going to be able to break that tech position from Kiwian, and then he just goes in for a bit more of a clever flank and was able to take it. Game number 2, it looked like he was just perpetually behind. Kirian was gearing up for a 2-base all-in. I think he had like only 35 SCVs for quite some time. He was gearing up for it, and honestly, he would have won if not for those 2 lurkers that Shin was so patient with. Held positioned until they were right in the ripest position to get ruptured.
Oh yeah, exactly. Really patient play there by Shin, lured him in, set up the trap, and then did spring it. So GG, Shin does advance on to the winners match. But we are here to find out who will face off against him in that series here, as we have 2 other players in Group A.
Yeah, which Protoss player is going to face him? As next up, we're going to have Rebellion versus Mana.
Ooh, and I am excited. Like, coming into this, I do favor Shin quite a bit, so I did favor him over Kirian. Here, I feel like the skill here, the gap in skill is much smaller, it's much closer between Rebellion and Mana. I'm really excited to see how this mirror matchup plays out, especially because, as you mentioned, some of these mirror matchups are not really mirror matchups here. Like, Brood War variations of these races are quite different to the SE2 variation.
Oh yeah. We're going to see what the difference in Protoss is going to look like here. Hopefully we get to see some Darkons.
Oh,
that's a unit I love from Brood War.
Yeah. I mean, we have seen them in previous SELs. True, that has occurred. But I hope you're excited to see some Reavers, because Reaver drops are a common thing in PvP and in SE Evo. So that is definitely something that I'm sure we're going to see at some point in this best of 3.
They're like Disruptors, but better.
Yes.
In fact, it's been a while since I played the Legacy of the Void campaign, but I believe they both filled the same slot in the same unit slot.
Yeah. I mean, they're very similar in certain aspects, definitely, but also quite different as well. And we can get into it as we jump into our second best of 3 of the night.
Indeed, we shall. Kicking things off here on Ley Lines once again, where we're here in the top right-hand corner of the map, sweating all the way in the top right. We have our red Brood War Protoss player coming out from the land of Poland. He is going to be representing Team Liquid. He is also the manager of Team Liquid. We have Mana.
Definitely the reason why you got this job. Like, is that... He's like, well, you have to hire me. They're like, why? It's like, I mean, my name is in the title. Yeah. I mean, I didn't make the rules.
I mean,
pay me.
I mean, that's his official title. If you look at the latest thing that Team Liquid put.
True. Do you love to see it? As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the SC2 Protoss player, the blue Protoss from South Korea. It is Rebellion.
So, coming into this, as usual, my eyes are going to be more on the Brood War player, but it's nice to know that in both Brood War and StarCraft 2, Double Gate is still what you open up with in a PvP.
Oh yeah, 2 gate openers from Mana, 2 gate opener from Rebellion as well. As you said, everything is looking normal for the time being, and when it comes to PvP, usually, not always, but usually it turns into, you know, Stalker from the StarCraft 2 player, and the other player, the Brutal player, rushing into Dragoons, of course. Dragoons are kind of like their bread and butter composition in this matchup, into Reavers behind it, but we'll see, because as we mentioned before, like Mana, he has been playing this mod, but I don't know how much, and I wonder if maybe he has his own unique take in his approach to this.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to keep our eyes a little bit more on Mana here. Dragoons, they are, like you said, the bread and butter of Protoss. They are a pretty unique unit in a sense, because it feels like they fill in half the niche of the Stalker, in that they are the primary range unit that you're going to be using for most of the time, but also they're not quite as strong as an Immortal, but they're still a lot more durable and a lot tougher than Stalkers are.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like, there's such a different dynamic here, because Dragoons, they are a little bit more tanky, as you mentioned. They also have more range. For those that are curious, Dragoon range is currently being researched from the Cyber Core, so that will, of course, support the Dragoons. The downside, though, is the Dragoons are not as mobile, right? They don't have Blink. So there's less micro potential with the Dragoon as opposed to the Stalker for SE2. So that is going to be a dynamic that we can see come into play. Until then, Rebellion does go for a Robo before Expand. So a very safe play here by Rebellion. We'll have access to early Immortal production and an early War Prism as well.
Yeah, Dragoons being less mobile than Stalkers feels like a bit of an understatement.
Yeah.
But yeah, thankfully this is the StarCraft 2 engine, so we don't have to contend with too much awkward pathing. It still happens from time to time. Somehow they've been able to port that into StarCraft 2.
Yeah, as we see the Dragoons, they do dive on in. The one Stalker already goes down, the second Stalker as well, and Rebellion is getting caught out here.
Yeah, doesn't even need to target down that Sentry, as the Sentry has already used up all of its energy, and yeah, how's that for tanky for you? Dragoons, head-to-head, will always beat Stalkers. The Immortal will pop out, though, and that should just about put an end to this aggression.
Oh my god, just before the Artosis pylon goes down, one more volley and it would have fallen, but alas, Rebellion, he barely holds on. Again, the shield battery was not ready in time for Rebellion either, but he will be able to force this back. The Immortal has right, and Mana will have to back off.
Yeah, still pumping out those Dragoons, once again, the bread and butter Protoss unit. But he's achieved his goal. He's applied a lot of pressure on Rebellion already, so well, he's going to keep these Dragoons around to kind of keep him in check and kind of see if he can scout anything. Primarily, he's focused back home. He's producing more probes, he's getting another gateway, and yeah, just getting ready for the counterattack, or potential counter-harass that he's anticipating here from Rebellion.
Yeah, for the time being, Mana, he's just going pure Dragoon. It's just pure Dragoon at this point, just rallying across the map, building up his Dragoon count to try to pick away at any stray units. So far, he has traded very well against Rebellion. Likewise, still no shield battery here at the natural, which is a little bit concerning. Mana, he could try to pick off another unit, whether it's a Stalker, whether it's a Sentry.
Yeah, it's a very delicate dance here that Rebellion is playing. He does have the Warp Prism, another unit that isn't present in Brute War. So he can juggle very, very well, but we'll see how far that can really take him, as these Dragoons with the additional range. Yeah, that Warp Prism can be, if it moves a little bit too close to the Brute War army, can be right for the picking.
Yeah, it really can be, but now a second Immortal has arrived. Now Mana, he has to respect the Immortal army, he has to back off, he has to retreat. One Dragoon goes down. Back at home, we do have the Citadel on the way, Citadel of Adun, and I believe that should be for charge. So the Mana can now incorporate some charge also inside these Dragoons, but he does come in for the surround.
Yeah, beautiful flank coming out here. Ooh, even takes out the Warp Prism, which had a Immortal inside of it, but the ground army of Rebellion, 2 Immortals, and all of these Stalkers, they are enough, and they will chase Mana all the way back home. Something to keep in mind for Brute War Protoss, no shield batteries either. So Mana in a very precarious position.
Yeah, he does have some shield batteries on the way, but he needs a little bit more time for them to really kick in. Rebellion does push in, and the shield batteries are not ready. One of them just now finishing up.
I do have shield batteries.
Yeah.
Oh, my mistake.
No overcharge though.
I just assumed they didn't. Yeah. True. Yeah.
Yeah, overcharge is not going to be a thing here. Meanwhile, nice force fields from Rebellion, just zoning away most of those Dragoons. Again, he cannot blink over the wall. Meanwhile, charge almost getting denied there. The boys have to be pulled.
Yeah, the boys are being pulled, and the boys are starting to get lost. It's another huge advantage that StarCraft 2 Protoss has, is these sentries, those force fields. They're really good. They really do a lot when it comes to just zoning everything away.
Oh yeah, exactly. We saw some beautiful micro there by Rebellion. He juggled those Immortals so insanely well. They are so low, so few shots left to bring them down, but last they survived. They're generating their HP, their shields even, and so many workers are falling. It looks like Mana, he is being broken here at the natural.
Yeah, no warp gate either here from Mana, unfortunately, so really struggling to get those reinforcements. GG is called, and Rebellion going to be taking game number 1.
Whew. GG, well played. A very intense game 1 here. Mana initially had a lot of momentum, had a lot of control, but Rebellion was able to build up the Immortal counts, and more importantly, with those Immortals, was able to finally stage a defense and turn that defense into an offense as well. Those Immortals that were so close to going down, both of them were deep in the red, but again, due to the control of Rebellion, was able to keep them alive.
Yeah, he had the tools. I gotta say, those are just tools that aren't available to the Brute War Protoss player, and Rebellion able to execute it very, very well. I feel like, man, I wish that game went on a little bit longer, because it was very short. Obviously, I mean, I would just like a longer game. I would like to get into our mid game and potentially our late game so we can get some Darkons in. But yeah, I feel like that game kind of exemplified the differences between Brute War Protoss and StarCraft 2 Protoss. Brute War Protoss, a lot more tanky, a lot less mobile. StarCraft 2 Protoss, a lot less tanky, a lot more mobile.
Yeah, there's just so much micro potential, right? Whether it's with Blink Stalkers or, as we saw there, with War Prism Micro and War Prism Control, right? Like, there's just so much more potential there with that kind of army. So much micro potential or micro expression. I think that's kind of like the verbiage that is used. And yeah, Rebellion using that quite well there in that attack. A very intense game and very short game as well. But now we're jumping into game number 2, and we'll see how Rebellion can bounce back. I'm assuming that he's going to be rocking that Brood War Protoss instead, and I'm excited to see his builds, because I do know that he has been investing a lot of time here into StarCraft Evo.
Yeah. Show me the Darkons.
You really want them? Yeah. Oh my god. Let's go.
They're so busted. I love them. Regardless, we are going to be continuing our series now on Whispers of Gold. We're over here in the top left-hand corner map, starting all the way in the top left. We have our red StarCraft 2 Protoss player coming out from the land of Poland. He is, of course, going to be representing Team Liquid. He is the manager of Team Liquid. We have Mana.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Brood War Protoss, leading the series 1-0. Can he take the 2 and make it to face off against Shin in the winners match? It is Rebellion.
And I forgot how much the classic or the Brute War Nexus just looks like a motherboard heatsink. Or it looks like a computer component, you know?
Yeah. True. It's like it's gonna be on top of like the CPU. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's cooling it down.
It is. Oh my god. I like it. It's nice.
Yeah.
My PC feels safe with it around.
Yeah. It's not gonna break. I feel like it's been a while since I've seen the classic skins in StarCraft 2. Is it just me, or have they updated it a little bit graphically? Because I remember in the past it looked not as... It looked a little bit worse in the past.
I do know that specifically for StarCraft Evolution, they have been actually like touching up some of the assets.
There we go.
The base may be one of them. You may have caught on to something there, but I think it is, because you're right. Like, it does look cleaner than normal.
Yeah, the regular one looks like a Happy Meal toy. So it looks like a plastic in the game, but this one, yeah, it actually looks like it's part of the map. It actually looks like it fits.
There you go.
Like it's meant to be there, you know?
You love to see it. Meanwhile, it's going to be another short game, because both players did open up 2 gate, but Mana, he's setting up a proxy pylon here in the center of the map, setting up for an all-in, I would imagine.
Oh, is it going to get scouted? Not quite here, as the Zealot just passes the pylon.
Also, as it is going to be, oh my god, a double robo all-in here from Mana. Oh my god, very committed, very aggressive. Also, I was about to say, do you notice something odd about the Zealot that's patrolling? That
It's very skinny.
It's very skinny.
It also has dreads.
It does have dreads, which is nice. But what's weird about it, and what stands out, of course, is the fact that his side blades are unactivated. So he's just walking around.
True. Yeah, it's not always on. He has the safety on.
Yeah.
He only activates it when it comes to attack. He kind of looks like a predator.
He does.
A little bit.
It's very different. Out. There we go.
There we go. Oh! You can see the blades a little bit.
You can. Meanwhile, the pilot, the robot has been scouted. Rebellion, he does confirm, and back at home, what does he have at home to defend? Did open up Robo, thankfully, has a shield battery in the main base, and he is going for a bay. It looks like Rebellion is trying to rush into Reavers.
Yep, that's one way of shutting this down. They are the disruptors of Brute War, but it's going to take him a little while to get them out. That's a...
Uh-huh.
I forget the name of the ship, but it's like the transport vessel. Right?
Shuttle.
Shuttle, that's what it was.
Yeah. There we go. The shuttle is on the way. The shuttle, of course, has a lower pickup range than the Warp Prism. That's one of the big advantages of the Warp Prism. You can pick up from far away. Shuttle is far lower than that. Fun fact, there was actually a patch that was released not too long ago, which actually increased it to 1. So there's a slight amount of pickup range now with the shuttle. So there's some micro potential with it.
Hey, you don't have to be directly underneath it.
Exactly.
Let's see how well Mana's able to utilize it. The Artosis Pylon goes down, and everything gets depowered. All Rebellion has is all he got. Is all that he's got. 4 Dragoons and a Dream. Oh, and a shuttle.
Yeah, and with that so far, he is holding on. Will lose 6 probes. Natural's under fire, but again, the natural does not matter. It's really tanking shots here, buying time. The Robo has been repowered. Can he get into that Reaver, though?
Oh, he wants it. He wants it so bad.
Oh my god.
It's going to take a while for him to get into it. Only 1 Dragoon remaining. That's just the power of these 2 Immortals.
Yeah, exactly. 2 Dragoons did go down. You can see he's trying to target down the Immortals, but GG gets called. It's just too much. And Mana will tie things up 1-1. We are going to the ace match.
Here we go. Fortunately, not quite able to get into that Dragoon, but regardless, that was a very intense game number 2.
Oh, it really, really was. Again, unfortunately, Rebellion, he did not have his backup pylon on the way, so because of that, the Artosis pylon went down and there was just no production. There was just no production. He could not make anything to help defend, and that was game then and there. If he had maybe a backup pylon to keep at least the Robo alive or up and running, then maybe he could have made a Reaver and maybe could have pulled off a defense, but yeah, that was a brutal moment, definitely.
Yeah, it all came down to the Artosis pylon. I mean, things are going to be rough for him regardless. I mean, Immortals are just so good, especially against Dragoons, especially if you also have a Warp Prism to help you juggle them. But yeah, if he just had another pylon, if he was just able to get a couple more Dragoons, get into that Reaver a little bit quicker, it might not have won, but I do think he would have survived at the very least.
Oh yeah, it could have been a different outcome. Definitely could have been. Regardless, we're now getting into game number 3. We're diving into the ace match, and finally we can feature not an SE2 map, but instead a StarCraft Evolution X Brood War map.
Yes, and it's a 4-player map. I've missed these.
Yeah, exactly. In the map pool, there are 4-player maps, there are 3-player maps. It's exciting. It's something that is now no longer a thing in SE2, but we bring it back for StarCraft Evolution.
Indeed, we do. Here we go. Destructible Assimilator gates.
We'll get there.
All right, here we are. Going to be spawning into Troy, a 4-player Brood War map. And spawning over here in the top right-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the top right. We, of course, have our red Brood War Protoss coming down from the land of Poland. And is, of course, going to be representing Team Liquid as their Mana Jar. He is Mana.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the SE2 Protoss, representing himself and the clan NWCE. It is Rebellion. As you mentioned, the players have to game a little bit when it comes to scouting their opponents. Rebellion does go for the vertical scout with the probe, and he will get eyes on the setup. He will confirm Mana has spawned right above him.
Indeed, and from here, Mana can make an educated guess about where Rebellion has spawned.
Yeah, based on the angle of the probe scout, he can assume that the scout was from the south, of course, and he can try to piece that all together. So with that, he can confirm. But as you mentioned, this is a 4-player spawn map, and that, as a result, it can be quite difficult to be hyper-aggressive and cheese because you don't know where your opponent is, at least early on. It can be difficult to really bring that all together.
Man, that was the best part about having 4-player maps in the map pool.
Yeah.
You're almost guaranteed to have at least one macro game.
Exactly. Like, if people cheese, it was just a really risky thing to do. Meanwhile, Mana is actually scouting horizontally instead. So he gambles a little bit, and he does gamble incorrectly. He assumed that the fast scout was a horizontal scout, not a vertical one. So he's still a little bit in the dark as to where Rebellion is.
Yeah, and so for the time being, both our players are, but especially Mana, just going to be opening up a bit more defensively. Double gate, it's still the Cybercore, right? Yeah, it's still the Cybercore for the Brute War Protoss, but it has a different function.
Oh yeah, exactly. See, for Protoss it isn't too confusing. For Brood War Zerg, it's a little bit weird because they use the model of the Roach Warren for the Defiler Den. Because Brood War Zerg obviously doesn't have roaches, so they just use that building as a Defiler Den instead. So that can be a little bit confusing. But thankfully, you know, Cybercore is a Cybercore for Protoss.
Yeah. Cybercore, Gateway's a gateway.
Yeah. Temple Archives, Temple
Archives.
Warp
Gate, though. Yeah.
True.
It's a little bit different, yeah.
As Dragoons are moving out, they're going to be poking in towards that natural. So far, it is a full wall, by the way, for Rebellion, but there are rocks involved as well, and they are slowly being chipped away out. We do see Rebellion poking away at those Dragoons. There is a shield battery, and it will support those Stalkers.
Yeah, but no Nexus, so no overcharge available. Only one single pylon keeping this all together. And it will get taken out. Warp Gate will not complete.
Very nice pick off here by Mana. Once again, shuts down the Artosis pylon. Backup pylons are on the way, and Mana can try to chip away at this wall and pick off a couple of extra units. Behind this is going for a Robo, and we could be seeing Mana working towards something like Reavers. We almost saw it in the last game, but we didn't quite get it.
No, we did not. But do you see what I see? Coming from the side of Rebellion. Oh, wait, he's StarCraft 2. Okay. Not gonna be Dark Hunt yet, but you know what? DTs.
We'll get one day, Pappy. We'll get him. Don't you worry. But here we go. It is going to be the Dark Shrine. So Rebellion going into Dark Templar here is now reestablishing his natural base, is fortifying himself. Meanwhile, across the map, there is the Bay. There's also the Observatory. Fun fact, you do need the Observatory to actually make observers. You need the Bay for the Reavers. And Ramada, he's working towards what looks to be Reaver drops. He's getting there.
Slowly but surely.
There it is.
Forgot the observatory was a requirement.
Yeah.
Does the observatory do anything else, or is it literally just for observers?
I think it has observer speed upgrade on it. I think there's some upgrades on it, but outside of that, it's just for the observer.
So it's literally just for observers.
Yeah, actually,
everything it does, it's for the observer to get them, and it's to upgrade them as well.
Mm-hmm. So there is that. I would have to double check. I don't think you need the observatory for shuttle speed. Shuttle speed is an upgrade. I think you only need the Bay for that, but I'd have to look into it. We'll see then. As the DT has arrived. Oh my god.
Yeah, the observer not quite in position to help out.
Yeah, not quite.
Is about to pop. There we go. Oof. That was an insta kill.
DT gets
it
shut
actually
down.
ate one of the Reaver projectiles.
Scarabs. Yeah, ate one of the Scarabs.
Scarabs, that's what it's called.
As the Reaver has arrived, shuttle is on the way as well. Meanwhile, the main armies are about to clash here in the center of the map, but Mana does get the better of a Rebellion here. Gets a couple of extra shots off. Blink coming into play though.
And as we can see once again in a head-to-head, Dragoons will always beat Stalkers. So some nice little bits of micro, some good blinks coming out from Rebellion, but yeah, once Blink is on cooldown, these Stalkers are essentially sitting ducks.
Exactly. I love the more aggressive movement by Mana as well. Like, you can see that he has to stutter step forward to chase down those Stalkers as well. Otherwise, he would most likely have a more inefficient fight if he was unable to really get on top of them. The Reaver has arrived. It's loaded up full of Scarabs as well. And he's going to try to break it through that natural. At the same time, DT does get into the main.
And it's swiping away these probes, all forced to relocate to the natural base. No observer on the way just yet.
Yeah, Mana, meanwhile, pushing into natural. Reavers are going off. Oh my god, does connect in the mineral line. Massive connection. Another one going off here on the Stalkers as well. The Rebellion, he doesn't have much to defend. There's no Immortals, there's no Disruptors. It's just purely Blink Stalker.
And they're blinking right on top of the Reaver. Will be able to take it out, but I fear that there may just be too many Dragoons.
Yeah,
for Rebellion to really defend.
Exactly. Again, the shield battery is out of energy. Those Dragoons, they are just popping off here against the Stalkers. There's only 2 Stalkers left.
And some fancy little bits of juggling here coming out from Mana. A couple more reinforcements coming in.
Yeah, Overcharge does come into play. Rebellion barely holding on. He does force back the army, but there's still just so many Dragoons as they make their way forward. They stutter step in, they focus down the Stalkers. Once again, the boys, they have to be pulled.
And they're actually helping out quite a bit. They're zoning away a lot of these Dragoons. They're starting to get really injured. Once again, one of the big advantages about StarCraft 2 Protoss is the fact that you're able to reinforce so much quicker with Warp Gate.
Yeah, you really are. And Rebellion, he's barely holding on with those reinforcements. Likewise with those boys as well. So as the shield batteries, Overcharge is soon going to be available once again. So he is holding. But Mana, he reinforces once again with another Reaver. Up.
Yep. Oh! Almost got sniped. The shuttle does get sniped, and the Reaver falls with it.
Yeah.
Rebellion taking a little bit of a risk, blinking straight forward outside of shield battery range, but it looks like he has enough.
Yeah, it was a bold move here from Rebellion, but he does force back the army. He does shut down and chase down the Dragoons. Does have some momentum going his way. The Zealots that are helping to tank some of those shots is going to be chasing him back all the way down to his natural. Oh, my God.
Oof. The Reaver.
It pops
The
off.
scare of explosions. They're just, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, disruptors.
Yeah.
Why can't you do that?
It's like, that's a fine-looking AoE Protoss unit. Why doesn't mine do that? Look like that?
Where it just targets onto a unit and just pops off. You don't have to like micro. You don't have to try to like chase units down. No, none of that.
Yeah, and it actually kills units too.
As we do see Rebellion going for it, once again, actually a Zealot drop into the main. This is going to be a slow drop. Charge is still on the way for Rebellion. At the same time, Mana pushing in once again towards that natural.
Yeah, the Reaver slowly edging its way forward. It's a lot of Dragoons here to defend it.
Yeah, a lot of Dragoons. Once again, they dive in. They don't quite focus down the Reaver. One shot is going to be going off. Ooh. Reaver shot does connect, but the Reaver does go down.
Yeah, but that one shot may have been all mana needed. So many Dragoons here, but the battery overcharge, once again, proving invaluable.
Yeah, the overcharge does allow Rebellion to defend. Meanwhile, across the map, Zealots, they were popping off, but alas, Mana does defend. He's getting a third base behind this as well, expanding towards the left-hand side. So Mana, he is not all in by any means. Has been hyper-aggressive, don't get me wrong, but he is expanding.
Yeah, as is Rebellion, though quite a little bit slower than Mana has been able to.
It's a little bit slower, does find the base, does go for the warping.
Yeah. I look at StarCraft 2 Zealot now, I'm just like, calm down, guys. You don't have to have your warp blade activated at all times.
They're wasting electricity, clearly, right? It's just always on. They're just burning through their phone battery.
Turn it off when you're not using it, yeah.
God damn. These kids nowadays, they don't know how good they have it, you know?
Yeah, shaking my head. They don't have to wait like 10 hours for their phone to be fully charged.
True.
But then again, their phone batteries don't last the whole month anymore. So
exactly. Back in my day, I had to charge my phone once a week. Feels Nokia, man. As we do see the Prism being chased down. DCs get dropped though, so we do get a bit of a trade, but the Prism will fall nonetheless. Both players getting into their 3 base economies. Rebellion finally finishes up with his own charge, does have some map control, and he's actually headed towards the 3rd base of Mana.
Yeah, it's just looking mighty vulnerable right now. Mana just not at all in position to defend against this.
The gas geysers, he's going for them. Let's go.
Yo! He's blocking it off.
He is.
His base is forfeit. No recall for Brute War Protoss.
Exactly. As we do see across the map, going for a base trade. Actually, Mana, he pushes up in towards the natural. Nice force fields, does delay some of the Dragoons, but the Reavers, they get dropped over the wall. Overcharge gets popped, but it looks like Mana, he should be able to break through.
Yeah, we'll be breaking on forward. We'll be taking out a lot of infrastructure as well. Rebellion, looks like he recalled. No, he didn't. He took the long way around.
Yeah, he's coming in for a bit of a surround here. He's struggling to do so, though, as he dives on the Reaver. The Reaver is going to be targeted down just in time. Does not quite get a shot off, but there's still so many Dragoons.
Yeah, they're starting to get low, but they're still alive, and that's the important bit. As long as they're still alive, they can continue to shoot their shots, get their volleys off, and take out this army. Rebellion, he does have a lot of warp gates back at home, and he still has that third base up and mining. So he can gather a couple of reinforcements.
Yeah, the third base coming in clutch here for Rebellion is mining out as best he can. Likewise, warping in more Zealots. Zealots, they've been doing a great job here at tanking shots of Dragoons to save these Stalkers. And he has been trading well here against the Dragoons, but there still may just be too much. Mana's still just rallying across the map.
Yeah, as long as we're in the SC2 engine, the supply don't lie. Immortal now out, but nothing to really juggle it with.
Yeah, there's that much less micro potential for Rebellion. The Immortal is putting in quite a punch, but the Reaver has arrived as well. Gets a shot off, Reaver shot on those Zealots. Ooh. Does chase them back.
Look at that crater.
Yeah.
Visual effects it leaves behind.
They do pop off. Immortal finally goes down. Boys are being pulled, but it looks like Mana, he may just have too much here. The Zealots, though.
Yeah, these Zealots really coming in clutch. Coupling out alongside with the probes. Dragoons are starting to fall. And yeah, once again, Rebellion. He is still the player with that third base, but it barely wasn't enough. GG is called, and Mana will take that series 2-1. GG with both Brood War and FC2 Protoss.
GG, well played. Exactly. Mana flexing his skill with both StarCraft and Brood War as well. Very nicely done. Mana will advance on. And towards the end there, you got to see some of the features, as we saw towards the end, how the gas geysers, if they are destroyed, they do actually reveal, you know, actually, I should say larger models that do actually take up, yeah, they take up more space that can block off that location. So we saw that Rebellion was trying to make use of that, but alas was overwhelmed over time. Unfortunately, we saw that Rebellion just wasn't able to really get into a solid enough economy to get into his own Immortal production. We had Immortals towards the end, and they definitely could have been a little bit more useful earlier on as well, but Mana was just so aggressive. He was so assertive throughout that entire game. He was just barely giving his opponent any room to breathe. He was just constantly knocking down that front door with those Master Dragoons.
Yeah, right from the start of the game, it felt like he put his foot in the gas and just never let up a single time. And what you're saying is true, you know, Rebellion, maybe he should have gotten a third base a little bit quicker, and that would have helped him get Immortals out a little bit quicker, but when you have that many Dragoons knocking down your door, when you're pretty much only have Stalkers and Shield Batteries to work with at that point in time, it's kind of difficult to be able to spare enough resources to get a Warp Prism, load up a probe in there, go to that third base location, and then start mining immediately. So, yeah, Mana, he was fully aware of how the units interact with each other. He was well aware of the fact that, you know, Dragoons, they're just kind of a bully unit, and he decided to do some bullying.
Oh yeah. It was very impressive there from Mana. Again, it was just really cool to see that dynamic, right? How, as you were mentioning, the Dragoons, he was just so aggressive with them. I mean, you have to be when you're up against Stalkers, because as they blink back, he has to chase them down, so he was just always just pushing forward, just non-stop aggression there. And yeah, it was really cool to see. Did eventually overwhelm Rebellion. I'll be honest, I was favoring Rebellion coming into this, but, you know, expectations thrown out the window. Mana, he pops up.
He did. Yeah, I mean, you did say that Mana is coming in as a little bit of a wild card, just because we don't really know how much of SC Evo he's been playing, how well he's been able to prepare. But yeah, now that we finally get to see him in action, it looks like he's very much familiarized himself with at least a PvP matchup. But coming up next, he's got a bit of a PvZ to in front of him.
He does. I pose a question to you, Yaku. Do we want to jump into the winners match now, or go on a short break?
You know what? Our series so far have been pretty quick, so yeah, let's jump into the winners match.
Okay, here we go. So, of course, earlier Shin took down Kiwi in 2-0 to advance on. Mana takes down Rebellion, and up next we have a PvZ between our two winners to find out who is the first to make it out of Group A.
Coming up here. I was about to say stay tuned, but I remember that.
Wait,
I remember that I rejected a break. Yeah.
God damn it, yeah. God damn it. It's all good, but here we go. We're jumping into game 1, and once again, we can feature another StarCraft Evolution map.
Yeah, a
3-player.
Brute War map, I believe, this one.
Yeah.
This time 3-player, okay. Because I do know that there are some SE Evo maps that are completely original.
Yeah, this is a port from the, of course, Brood War era of StarCraft, but here we go. We are going to be loading into Sylphid.
Indeed, we shall. Speaking of which, here we are spawning into Sylphid. Over here in that top right-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the top right, we have our red Brood War Protoss player coming out from the land of Poland. He is, of course, going to be representing Team Liquid. He is the old man who became the old manager. We have Mana.
Why do you keep calling him the old man? Why do you... Oh my god.
Because I keep going back to that meme that Rainer made at one time.
True. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Brood War Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. As we settle into this, again, this is a 3-player spawn map, so you can see Shin is setting out his first Overlord on the right-hand side. He's looking for Mana spawn location. Likewise, Mana is yet to determine where exactly Shin is as well. So we do have this kind of game early on, trying to figure out where we are. Likewise, it does also disincentivize, or at least make it a little bit riskier to go for early game aggression and early proxies and early cheats.
It's a bit more of a gamble when you decide to do that, but hey, sometimes that can lead you into a really strong win.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's what makes it more hype and more exciting, right? Is to go for the gamble, go for the proxy in the center, maybe you scout your opponent faster, maybe you get scouted faster instead. You know, there's that kind of like more randomness that can come into play. Shin, he does scout bottom right, he confirms there is no setup, and now he knows exactly where Mana is. Likewise, Mana also scouting bottom right as well.
Yeah, it's a process of elimination.
Does confirm. Likewise, we're going to be settling in. We do see Shin just getting into his own 2-base setup, getting into link speed and droning up. Likewise, Mana is actually going for an earlier forge, and you know what that means. That means fast +1. That means that Mana's actually not going to be embracing Dragoons. He's actually looking to go into what looks to be mass charge lot.
Ooh, okay. Now, question here. You say mass charge lot. Do they actually have... Do Brood War Protoss actually... Zealots actually have charge?
Technically not. They have like zealot legs. They have like speed, so they're speedy boys.
Yeah.
They're
speedy boys. They're like Zerglings.
Yeah. So they don't have that like charge activation that's on cooldown. Instead, they're just faster.
See, that's a generation difference between the old Protoss and the new one. The new Protoss, they go zoom.
Yeah.
They leave their blades on all the time. They see a thing, they just charge straight for it.
Yeah.
The old school Protoss, they're more patient.
Exactly.
They're so fast.
Yeah,
but they're more patient.
We know what's important about the old Brood War Zealot is that, you know what, they have stamina, right? They have a pace and they keep that pace. You know, they just zoom and they keep on zooming. Meanwhile, these zoomers, right? SE2 Zealots, they run out of stamina, right? They boost in for a moment and then they're done. Then they're on the ground. What are they doing?
What are they doing? You gotta take your time. You gotta take it slow, you know?
Pace yourself.
Keep steady pace. Yeah.
Don't want to be one and done. Don't want it to be over. Too quick.
Having flashbacks to when we had a fitness test, and part of it was a 2.4 kilometer run.
Oh god. No.
Having flashbacks to my PE teacher just saying, "Pace yourself."
Oh no, regardless, we are going to be settling in here, and as we can see, we do have Charge on the way with Zealots, likewise Templar Archive, so with this we can actually get into High Templar and Charge that Archon. Or I say that, DTs have actually morphed in for mana, so we can do that with the Dark Templar.
Yeah, we can get to Charge the Darkon.
Yeah, let's go. Potentially.
Fingers crossed for that, as... yeah, for now we're just going to be getting a single DT to scout and hopefully deal a little bit of harassment damage. The Spore does reveal it though. So yeah, DT will get taken out.
Yeah, there was a safety spore here, the natural safety spore at the third base as well, so Shin is being secure. Likewise, Shin is actually investing quite heavily into these roaches early on. That is going to be a lot of roaches. Roach speed is almost done. Shin, he's going for an early push.
And we'll see how that interacts. The Speedy Boys of Mana are about to be running straight in and running straight away.
Yeah, and they can.
See, this is what happens. See, when you don't have charge. Exactly. When you're not just tunneled into one thing.
Oh my god. They can get the hell out of there. But alas, as we can see, it's an all-in. It's going to be a 2-base all-in at a Shin. The third base is only for Lava. Only for Lava. He's just hammering down that R key, rattling across the map. Meanwhile, Mana back at home, he's trying to rush into Storm, but Storm is almost only halfway done.
Yeah, we'll see how good Storm helps out as well here. Overseer going to be providing a little bit of detection as well, so yeah, these Zealots going to try to hold the line, but unfortunately, they are melee units. Roaches are not.
Yeah, the cherry point working against Mana here. GG gets caught. He gets caught out here with his pants down, and Shin with a quick 1-0 lead.
GG, very decisive here, coming out from Shin.
Yeah, he just did commit to a 2-base all-in. Unfortunately, Mana, he was building up towards a longer, later game state with all that tech. Sure, he did rush into +1 in charge, but then he teched up in towards DTs, towards Storm, towards High Templar, of course. He was still gearing up towards a longer, later game state there. By the time he realized what was going on, I mean, as we saw, Zealots defensively aren't really ideal. He just wasn't quite set up for that. He had like a wall of shield batteries on the way as well, but again, it just barely was not ready.
Yeah, it's like the Spider-Man meme, right? Both players trying to go for some early game aggression, but in this case it was one, Shin was a lot more dedicated to his early game aggression. He wasn't thinking too far ahead beyond Roaches, unlike Mana, who was trying to go into a later game state, and also, well, just... Roaches are better than Zealots. Let me put it that way.
They definitely can be. They definitely can be, especially that early on. So Shin with a quick lead here in the series. I'm hoping we can sink our teeth into like some mid-game EVP, but we'll see. You know, the pressure is on, and we're now getting ready for game 2.
Indeed, we are. This time on a... No, it's still StarCraft 2 map. I was gonna say an original map, but I guess technically it is.
Yeah. Is an original map, soon to be, is currently on the PTR. We've seen it many times in these PTR tournaments, and now we're seeing it here in StarCraft Revolution as well.
Yeah, I should clarify. The 3 classes of maps, we have StarCraft 2 maps, Brute War maps, and Hyper 1 maps. We don't really speak too much about the Hyper 1 maps, as yeah, our player, for some reason our players seem averse to it. I can't imagine why.
Hashtag blame Hyper 1.
But regardless, we are over here going to be continuing our series now on Whispers of Gold. Over here in the top left-hand corner map, starting all the way in the top left, we have our red StarCraft 2 Protoss player coming up from the land of Poland. He is, of course, going to be representing his team. It is his team now. He's the captain now, or at least the manager now. Team Liquid, he is Mana.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Brood War Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Gammon Gladiators. It is Shin.
Unfortunately this time, will not have access to roaches.
Yeah, Shin did open up pool first, though. It was a pool first build. We have 6 lings on the way. We do see that Mana did attempt to delay the expansion and was successful in doing so, but thankfully Mana did scout. He scouted, he saw the early pool, the lings are moving out, and it's going to be a Mana to defend.
Man, these bipedal Zerglings, they may be my new favorite thing.
They're like emus, but with arms.
Exactly.
They're crazy.
They're like, yeah, they're a more terrifying version.
Yeah. I guess
Of
a raptor,
emus.
but yeah, I mean they
If
are.
emus had arms, Australia would no longer exist.
I mean it would, but it just
It
be full
would,
of
but it'd
emus.
be owned by the emus. Yeah,
They would. Ladies, they do get in.
Ducklings managed to sneak in. And we'll get a full surround on top of the probe as well as the zealot. More links starting to flood on in. Thankfully for mana, he does have a backup pylon behind this, so he will be able to get a couple more units out. He is supply block though.
This is brutal. As you said, supply block for mana does take down two of those zealots. There is one of those zealots. There is another zealot, thankfully, in position. Adept is on the way, and mana will defend. But that was a lot of damage early on here from Shin, and he's still not done.
So continuing to stream these lings on over.
Yeah, with the arrival of the Adept, Shin, he has to back off, he has to retreat. Finally, mana can expand. This is going to be a delayed expansion from the Protoss. Shin backs off, and behind this is droning up, taking his own natural and also getting his macro hatch up and running.
Yep. Once again, very necessary for Brute War Zerg. I think that was actually another reason why I gravitated towards Zerg and Brute War. Because I was like, oh, yeah, you build a hatch at your natural as part of your wall.
Yeah.
Just like Terran.
Yeah. There you go. Just like...
some similarities going on there.
Ooh, that does get caught out here, out on the map. Likewise, two lings, they got across the map as well. They were able to get 2 probe kills, so nice damage dealt here by Shin. He is gaining map control, taking another expansion. Meanwhile, mana, we have his tech of choice. It's not going to be a Stargate opener, it's going to be a Twilight Council instead.
Okay. We'll see what he's going to be able to get into here. He looks like he's gearing up for a potential glaive build as more and more gateways do get thrown down, and I'm curious to see how this will interact with Brute War Zerg. I have to imagine it's pretty much the same, right?
Yeah, I imagine so. I mean, bearing in mind that Brutal Zerg does not have roaches, right? Roaches are not going to be available to defend. Likewise, no queens either, so he has to rely purely on lings and hydras. Another thing to bear in mind that we have yet to see is that the Hydra Den is hatch tech. It is hatch tech, not lair tech for Brood War.
Yeah, you get them a little bit earlier on. They are, I believe, a little bit tankier than the StarCraft 2 Hydras because of that. I mean, you need that defensive unit earlier on. Yeah, they're still considered light units, so not the best thing to have when you're facing Glaive Adepts.
And as you see, there it is. The Hydra Den has been thrown down. What is lair tech is lurkers. So trying to research lurkers does require a lair. So you're stuck with Ling Hydra for the time being. Meanwhile, we do see that Mana did scout the tech of choice, did see the Hydra Den, and he is amassing adepts as we speak, building up and getting ready for those glaives.
I think so far this game and the tech that we're seeing, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's something that I kind of noticed. I feel like in Brute War, you stay on low tech a little bit longer.
Yeah, exactly, as there is no lair. Meanwhile, Lings, they do pounce on the Adepts. They get a decent surround, but so many Lings go down.
Yeah, and then the Shake completes right on top of the natural mineral line. No Hydras as of yet.
Yeah, just purely Lings for defense.
This is starting to look brutal.
It really is. 6 drones go down, a big amount of Lings, more Adepts are rallying across the map as well. This is getting a bit out of hand as more drones are falling in the main.
Yeah, a lot of Adepts have fallen, but enough of them have stayed alive that now they can just continue to threaten mineral lines and just pick off these Lings as they pop out.
Yeah, exactly. Very efficient trades by Mana. Shading into the main base once again. He's pulling Shin apart. More Adepts keep rallying in. And it may just be over before Shin can really stabilize here. 18 drone kills. GG gets called. And Mana ties up the series 1-1.
Here we go. I was worried for a second here, Light. I was worried that we were just going to get another Shin sweep. After that early game where Mana just got so delayed after losing that initial pylon. But Mana, he brings us back, and yeah, once again, there weren't too many expectations on him coming into this, but he's really showing that he can take it to the best of them.
Oh yeah. Exactly, as the Adepts, they just wreaked havoc here. We saw just how quickly they can shut down those Lings. As we are used to seeing, Adepts, they do wreak havoc against light-based units, whether they are Lings or Hydras. Usually what I will say is, when it comes to defense for Brood or Zerg, is that they do have to rely a lot more on static defense. If you remember, I believe we saw that against Kiwian.
Sunken Colony?
Yes, the Sunken Colonies, they do add quite a lot here to the defense when it comes to just having an anchor point to yourself. But alas, if you recall, I believe Shin wasn't even aware of the Glaive Adepts. I don't think he was quite able to confirm the Twilight Council, so Shin was kind of playing it fast and loose there, and he was caught out. Mana snowballed out of control.
Yeah, that was... I mean, I feel like that's every Protoss player's dream. Is to just walk into a Zerg base and there's literally nothing but Lings and drones. No roaches, no queens, no static defense, nothing. That was...
For sure. As the Hyper One is letting us know, yes, that is correct. I believe the Hydras in Brood War are not light units, so that does make up for that. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see any Hydras in that game. The game ended before they could really come into play, but that does help them out when it comes to defense like that against something like Glaive Adepts. Alas, we weren't quite able to get there.
Yeah, there was one Hydra towards the end of that game there, and yeah, unfortunately, that's not quite enough when you're facing... what, 6 Adepts right on top of you? And speaking of getting right on top of you, here we are on top of ley lines for our third and for our ace match, determining who is going to be our first player advancing to the playoffs and who is going to get relegated to the elimination match, or well, we'll call it an elimination match. Why the hell not? Anyway, we're spawning in here over on the bottom left-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines. You have our red Brood War Protoss player coming out from the land of Poland. He is, of course, going to be representing Team Liquid. We have Mana.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Gaiman Gladiators, being forced into the ace match, dropping his first map of the tournament. It is Shin.
I got a little bit distracted there because I accidentally tapped into somebody's camera, and then they twisted or tilted the camera, did that, you know, pan around thingy, and in the middle of that, I was like, oh wait, I'm not supposed to do this. Switch back to everyone, and then it was permanently there for a sec. But I fixed it now.
Oh, good.
It's all good. It's all good.
We're back. We are back, and yeah, we've made it all the way here to the ace match. Shin, I'm sure, going to be feeling a lot more comfortable now rocking that SC2 Zerg race instead, and we'll see how Mana does approach this. Now, we saw in the last iteration in game number 1 on Sylphid, Mana did attempt to rush into +1 charge lots, but he was shut down by Roach All In. What I will say, though, here on ley lines, this map is much more defendable. We have seen a lot of defenses pulled off here on ley lines just because of how fortified the third base is. Just because there is a narrow ramp coming into the third, so it can be quite difficult to really pull off something like an all-in. Oh, he's going for an all-in.
Yeah, even if you... well... gonna say, you know, even if you take out the rocks, it's still gonna be a tight hold, and that buys time for the defending player to get some more static D in there, but it's... well, hey, regardless, Shin... he knows what he's best at, and he knows what's going to give him the best chances of taking out Mana here.
Yeah, so this looks like a Ravager Ling all-in. It was like a 2-minute 20 Roach Warren, very early Roach Warren, but there's only 1 gas, and Ling speed is still being researched. So it looks like, because of the limited gas, it's going to be like 4 Ravagers around, like 4 Roaches morphed into Ravagers, and then just a Ling flood behind it. Ravagers, ideally, they knock down the wall, and then Lings, they can just flood in and just overwhelm from there. So we'll see if he can hold on. Mana does open up with an earlier Robo, so he does have access to earlier Reaver production, potentially, but Mana is still in the dark. Mana just hasn't seen too much.
Yeah, hasn't quite been able to Scout attack that Shin is going for, so it looks like, just as a precaution, Mana's going to be playing this out a lot safer. Already has a shield battery.
Yeah, it does have a shield battery, it does have a nice wall, 3 Dragoons so far, but here comes the all-in. As we did mention, Ravager Ling, nothing but army here moving out for Shin, and Mana's not fully aware of what is happening, has no vision out on the map, is stuck back at home. As you mentioned, is opening up safely, that is true, but is that going to be enough?
With only 2 Dragoons and a shuttle, yeah, somehow I'm starting to doubt it. A Zealot's going to be popping out, and there is a Dragoon in the wall as well.
Is that Dragoon army has arrived. Now, Shin did actually choose to make 6 roaches, not 4, so he has more roaches than Ravagers, but he still breaks through the first Dragoon nonetheless. Dragoon is so close to going down, does fall!
And that allows the rest of the Zerg army to just flood right in.
Yeah, they get on top of the mineral line, the shield battery under fire, the Artosis pylon going to be going down as well. That is going to deny not just the production, but also the upgrades.
One entire mineral line has gone down. 16 probes have fallen. The Reaver will be out, but is one Reaver going to be enough? It takes a little while for it to load up those Scarabs.
Yeah, exactly. One shot goes off, does target the Ravagers. Plasma going to be connecting though, and again, he needs more shots. Up.
And he just doesn't have them just yet. The Biles gonna be landing on even more probes, and honestly, even if Mana defends from here, he's just been crippled economically.
Jesus.
The Biles!
Oh, the Biles! That's the Biles, they connect. They shut down the Reaver. GG gets called, and Shin will take the series 2-1.
GG, very nicely done here from Shin. I mean, again, he was our favorite coming into this group, and we were all expecting him to make it out first, and so he does. Mana, however, I think really surprised us, being able to force Shin all the way to the ace match over here.
Yeah, making good use of Glaive Adepts against Shin earlier in the series on Whispers of Gold. So Mana, he was able to pose a threat to Shin, but regardless, Shin does make it through in first place. GG, well played, does make it through, but the night is still young, Yaku. As we do switch our scenes over to
Heck,
the
you were about to say young Yakov.
I was going to say Yakov.
I could tell, yeah.
I've been casting a lot of Yakov recently. I've been casting a lot. But we can have a look at the group stage and how it's been progressing so far. We have had a couple of ace matches here between Mana and Shin, Mana and Rebellion. We have our first player advancing on. Up next, though, after the break, we will have the elimination match.
Indeed, we shall. We're going to see who the first player to get eliminated from the SE Evolution Fall Championship is going to be. Is it going to be Kiwian or is it going to be Rebellion?
Yeah, who exactly? I mean, even if Kiwian gets knocked out, he can just cast, so it's so it's gonna be
yeah.
fine.
I mean, we can't really get rid of him, you know.
It's true. We cannot.
He's always gonna be here.
He will. So again, best of luck. Kiwian versus Rebellion is gonna be a spicy PvT, a matchup that we have yet to embrace in today's broadcast. So we're gonna be getting there. Likewise, Mana is waiting in the decider match, waiting for the winner of Kiwian and Rebellion. So we have two more matches coming up next, or coming up ahead of us.
Indeed, we do. Stick around. It's gonna be hype.
Yeah, exactly. Until then, we're going to be going on a short break. Take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, hydrate all of your hydras.
If we're gonna...
True. What can they do? We need some Brood War variations of that, right?
We do.
What do you do to your Reaver?
Does it have to be the equivalent unit, or does it? Or can we just use anything?
We can make up our own.
Very draining. We can make up our own. There are no rules.
Yeah. What do you do? Do you rub your Reaver? Do you?
Yeah, you rub your Reaver. You yeah, you rub your Reaver. You pet your Reaver.
Yeah.
You charge your Reaver.
Okay.
To get it loaded up with Scarabs.
We'll come up with something.
Charge your Zealot. It might not really make sense unless you've been unless you
True.
are as unless you are as brain rotted as we've just gotten.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Unless you've listened to this specific broadcast.
Oh,
So.
I see
Come
Nikki
on,
in the chat.
something,
Drain your dragoons. There you go.
True.
That works.
Yeah. Do dragoons have to fight disruptors for that, or are they willing to share?
They have to fight for it. They have to fight for it.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, with that, we're going to be going on a short break again. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get ready, and we'll be back with the elimination match after the break.
Rev up your reavers.
Oh, let's go. That's good. That's good. It also doesn't make too much sense because reavers are insanely slow.
Slow,
So what are you revving? What's going on? Like it's clearly not working. Whatever it is you're doing, mate.
Look, they're doing their best, alright? They're doing their best.
Oh no. That's why you have to rev them up, you know.
Yeah.
Even without them, it's even slower. It's crazy. They just don't move. Oh god. But yes, we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes here for the elimination match. See you soon.
Yep. And we are back. Hope you were able to make the most out of that break. Hope you were able to rev up your Reavers and garnish your Goliaths and see what did I say about science? Sprinkle your science vessels. There we go. That's what I said. That's what I said in the while we were on break. As we will not be having another break. 2 matches remaining. The first one coming up here is going to determine who is going to be the first player eliminated from the SEL Fall Championship 2024.
Yeah, exactly. Alas, we will have to say goodbye to one of these amazing players here, potentially, depending on who does go down and who does make it through. We'll see, as we have a PVT ahead of us, a matchup that we have been avoiding so far in this tournament, but now we can embrace it, as we are going to be jumping into Kiwian versus Rebellion.
Indeed, we are. And the one thing on my mind, Light, is ghosts, they were a thing in Brute War.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe EMP was a thing in Brute War.
Yeah. True.
So now I'm trying to imagine how effective, ghosts Brute War ghosts would be against StarCraft 2 Protoss.
Mate, I can't wait until eventually we cast a TVT. Let me tell you, ghosts are crazy in TVT, man.
Oh, yeah.
Wait.
Brute War ghosts specifically.
Yeah, because Brute War ghosts, they have the interference matrix, basically. Like, they have lockdown.
Yeah.
So they come in, they lock down tank lines. It's insane.
Yeah. Ooh.
We'll get there.
We'll look forward to that as we'll get there. As we jump into game number 1 here of our TVP. And over here, spawning on ley lines in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have our red StarCraft 2 Terran player coming out from the land of Korea. You may have known him in the past as Top or TOP, but he is here. He is excited. He is Kiwian. Not to be confused with Kawaiian.
True, that is a very different Terran player. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Brood War Protoss. It is Rebellion. As Kiwian does something that's a little bit old school, we don't see this too often anymore, but he's going for a fake proxy. Actually, it gets scouted immediately.
I mean, what is considered old school in SEL, right? Because this is something we haven't seen in a couple of years, but then again, some of these Brute War builds, they're things that we haven't really seen that often. I mean, again, my familiarity with the current Brute War Pro scene is not very high, and I think some of these builds that we've been seeing are straight up ports from what a lot of the current Brute War Pros are doing, but some of them I'm just not familiar with. Some of them I feel are things that were meta years ago, but not so much now, especially since we're playing on a different engine and with different maps.
Yeah, we're here to learn. We're here to experience it all together as one. Oh my god. By the way, off of the proxy racks, or the fake proxy racks, into factory, into a second racks with double gas, Kiwian is not expanding. This is a very delayed CC. Oh, a third rack, one base all in.
Here we go.
Man, we're getting a lot of cheese today.
Yeah, this has been a quick evening. I mean, we've already passed the midway mark. We've had 1 break, and we're not even 2 hours in.
Oh yeah, it's been a very fast night of StarCraft here. As the pylon does complete, Zealot does rush in, and with this, Zealot harassing Rebellion, he scouts everything he sees. The 3 axes, he's aware of the 1 base all in.
Yeah, even managed to get a very strong delay here, delaying 2 of these Raxes by quite a while. And now, that was a very fast Zealot. Keep in mind, no charge or no legs have been researched yet.
Yeah, no legs whatsoever. Dragoons have arrived. They shut down the Reaper. They're pushing in. The pylon's still providing high ground vision. There's only 1 Marine because add-ons have been on the way. Kiwian, he only has 1 Marine to survive here.
Now, 1 Marine, no bunker. He's about to get a siege tank out, which actually does deal decently well against Dragoons. At least, well, they do better against Dragoons than they do against Immortals, I can tell you that much.
They do, but that's still going to be 6 SCV kills and a lot of lost mine time here on a 1 base economy, so damage has been done. Behind this, what does Rebellion have? A shuttle is on the way, Dragoon range on the way, the Bay as well. He is working towards Reavers.
Yeah, and at this point, it is too late for Kiwian to switch out of this and try to get a second base. Yeah, it's too late for him to do that. I stopped myself for a second when I saw the SCV, but no, that's just a scouting SCV. So, yeah, it's too late for him to get a second base. He needs to commit to this 1 base all-in. He's not going to have Stim. He's going to have Combat Shield, though, which will give these Marines a little bit more sustainability, and he will be pushing out with 3 tanks as well.
Yeah, he's trying to bait the army into tank range. Tank volley goes off here on the Dragoon, not too bad, but here comes the Reaver. The Reaver is in production. Shuttle is ready to move out across the map. Rebellion has expanded. He does have the better economy. As the game goes longer, as it progresses, it's getting better and better for Rebellion.
Yeah, these 2 tanks and handful of Marines have a lot of work to do.
They really do, as the boys are being pulled. Kiwian, it's all or nothing with this push. Either he kills Rebellion or he dies trying, as he does move out across the map. Meanwhile, shuttle speed is on the way. The first Reaver is moving out.
Yeah, it's going to look to ideally try to intercept this army, but even if it's able to go across the map, the Reaver shot will connect with a handful of Marines, so it's very good split by Kiwian. But 1 tank will already fall, and all of these SCVs very low as well. They need to stay alive to provide their repairs for these tanks.
They really do. Meanwhile, these Reaver shots have been insane. 1 tank goes down, a good amount of Marines as well. There's barely an army remaining here. I mean, again, Reavers, they come online so much faster than Disruptors, and they're so much more reliable as well, right? Like, they just lock on, they pop off, they shut down the all-in, and there is still Marines remaining, but another shot goes off. Nice split, though, there out of Kiwian.
Yeah, only 1 Marine, or 2 Marines really taking the brunt of that Scarab.
Yeah, just the 1 Marine. Meanwhile, more Scarab ships are loading up. The tanks are slowly leapfrogging forward here. Likewise, we do see the Kiwiani's race to dive on the army. Shot goes off. 3 more Marines go down.
Yeah, well, it is only 3 Marines at this point, considering Kiwian's economy, considering his total supply. That still counts for a decent chunk of his main army.
Yeah, it really does. Shield batteries are ready. They are done. They're topping up these Dragoons, and we do see that Rebellion is ready to dive in. He does collapse on the first tank.
Yeah, beautiful concave here coming out from Rebellion. Immediately he's able to take it out.
Yeah, now he's coming in from behind with those Reavers. Shots going to be going off here on the tanks. 1 tank is going to be going down. Reaver goes down as well, but there's barely an army remaining for Kiwian.
Double Scarab. That is absolutely brutal. GG is called, and Rebellion will be taking game number 1. Very, very solid scout right from the beginning, and just pretty much a perfect response after that.
Oh yeah, GG, well played. When it came to the Dragoon harass early on, when it came to the Reaver transition as well, again, I think like we've been relating the Reaver a lot to the Disruptor for good reason, but I do think that, I mean, we've spoken about this before, about how there are certain units that are kind of like a middle ground between the SE2 units, like the Hydra, right? Like the Brutal Hydra is kind of like in between the SE2 Roaches and the SE2 Hydras. I feel like this Reaver has a lot of similarities with the Immortal, right, from SE2, where it is just it can just be a solid backbone to your army, and it is impacted the game earlier on.
Yeah, like you said, it is a lot more tanky, and it impacts the game a lot better early on. Dragoons, they're good, but you can't be relying entirely on them. You need that little extra punch, which is, you know, just like in SE2 when you would have mostly Stalkers and then 1 or 2 Immortals to really turn the tides early on. That's pretty similar with Dragoons and Reavers. You have a lot of Dragoons as the meat of your army, but then you have 1 or 2 Reavers, and that's really what will turn the tide in your favor.
Yeah, for sure. And with that, Rebellion does take a lead in the series, and now we are getting into game number 2. Once again, we're going to be loading into Troy.
Here we go. We'll see if we're able to make use of those neutral assimilators once again.
Why is there no horse on this map?
That kind of is, if you look at the... It's kind of like a horse, but like flattened out. Well, actually it looks more like a butterfly.
It does.
Yeah, you're right. It can kind of be a horse, depending on how you look at it, even though it looks more like a butterfly or a moth. But you know what they say, right? Butterflies, they're the horses of the insect world.
True, they do say that.
They do say that. Speaking of saying things, we're going to be loading into Troy. Here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, starting all the way in the bottom right. Once again, repping StarCraft 2 Terran. We have a red StarCraft 2 Terran player coming out from the land of Korea. He is formerly known as Top, or TOP, now known as Kiwian.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, scouting horizontally immediately across the map, looking for his opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Brood War Protoss, once again, representing his clan NWCE, leading the series 1-0. It is Rebellion. We go. Now, this is something that I should bring up because I think this is the first time we've seen this in the tournament so far, but the format is a little bit different when it comes to picking the race. This was the case for the qualifier and for the main event as well, but it is actually loser's pick. So the higher seed gets to pick initially whether they play SE2 or Brood War, and then the loser of Game 1 will be able to pick if they play SE2 or Brood War in Game 2. So Kiwian has chosen to stick with SE2.
Yeah, which is honestly not what I was expecting from him. I think of Kiwian, I think of a bit more of an older school player. I mean, he was active in Wings of Liberty, and he had some really good results in Wings of Liberty as well, but then after that, kind of took a step back, focused more on streaming, focused more on being a content creator. I would have expected Kiwian's pick to be Brute or Terran, but you know, thinking back to that first series, I believe he also picked StarCraft 2 when he played against Shin, when it was Luz's pick.
Yeah, I think so as well. So he might just be feeling a little bit more confident with his SE2 at the moment. Regardless, we do see Rebellion is the first to scout. He does confirm where his opponent is. Kiwian has yet to confirm himself as the first zealot has arrived, is gunning down at that SCV, will delay the bunker and potentially delay the CC.
I just want to appreciate the zealot walking.
Yeah, it works with so much so much purpose.
So much, exactly. He's like marching.
Yeah.
It's a graceful kind of stride. It's a graceful stride. He's pacing himself.
He's like power walking.
He's not sprinting right off the gate. Exactly.
Oh my god. It's admirable. You know, it's impressive.
Yeah. That, you know, if you ever want to learn how to long distance run, take inspiration from the Brute War Zealot.
In my mind, I'm not gonna lie, that Brute War Zealot when he walks, I picture like Steel Mold doing laps around a lake or something. Like that's what he looks like. Like, oh my god. But he's in shape, you know, like it's good. Like it's impressive. But that's what I think of.
He's like those, he's like those pensioners that run marathons.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking of. Oh no.
What's the name of the 80-year-old guy who was like barred from a marathon but then signed up anyway?
But then he wins it, is the thing. That's
he won it, yeah.
The end of the story.
Exactly, because he paced himself.
Exactly.
He didn't get winded early on.
Oh,
it's the tortoise and the hare, you know, the tortoise who just paced himself.
Exactly, you know. He was humble. As we're settling into our game, we do see that Kiwian instead is rushing to a third CC. As opposed to game 1 where he cheesed, here we have a fast third CC for Kiwian. Something else that I should mention that is a feature of this map that we didn't even get to talk about, and if you notice this, right next to Kiwian's main base towards the left-hand side is a pseudo island base. It is completely sealed off from the rest of the world, so you can just lift and land your CC there quite freely without being harassed, at least without, you know, any kind of shuttle harass or war prism harass.
Yeah, and that's takes a little while longer to really achieve, at least for Brood War Protoss. You know, shuttles, they're slow. They're very slow units, and I mean, just pretty much everything about. You could consider pretty much anything about the Brood War Protoss to be slower compared to their StarCraft 2 counterparts, but as we keep saying, it allows them to keep pace. It allows them to be a bit more powerful.
Yo, and there's so much going on. Okay, first things first. One, we have a Reaver drop. We have a double Reaver drop moving out through the center of the map. A shuttle is done. A shuttle speed is on the way as well.
Oh.
So Rebellion is sending it across the map. At the same time, because we're on such a large map, because it's a 4-player map, Ninja Base. Ninja Base was a bubble as well. Cheeky move out of Rebellion.
And the Vikings and the Raven are going to catch out this drop, but it will land regardless. One Reaver already going to be getting a Scarab off, and the Dragoon here, ideally it was looking to clean up the weakened SCVs, but the landed Vikings will make short work of that drop. Kiwian, he's played very often on this map, you can tell.
Yeah.
He was already prepared for that.
He completely shut that down. And that was a big investment. Remember, that was shuttle speed. That was the shuttle. That was the Reaver. That was the Dragoon as well. So very solid defense. And that means that Kiwian gets away with his third CC.
Yeah, he's got the third up and running already. It's already in orbital command. He's up higher. He's ahead when it comes to the worker count.
Yeah.
And he's just going to be perpetually ahead from here. Now, Rebellion, he needs to deal some kind of economic damage, apply some kind of pressure, and that's why we can see him setting up all these Dragoons outside of the natural.
He is outside the natural, but the observer of Rebellion does confirm the tank line here. There's 3 tanks and a bunker on the high ground. On top of that, it's a ramp. It's a narrow ramp as well. Troy is very defendable here on 3 bases, and we do see that Kiwian takes full advantage of that. He is safe, he is secure, and Rebellion cannot break this.
Can you take the other island map?
He could. Yeah,
or not the island map, the island base, yeah.
I mean, he could try, definitely, if he can float all the way over. Speaking of Rebellion double expanding, remember, he's going for the Ninja Base, but he's also going for the base at the center of the map. This is less of an island. It does have access here through the area between the gas geysers, definitely. But it is quite exposed, or quite isolated, I should emphasize.
Yeah, the opposite of exposed. It's
Yeah.
less of an island and more of a lagoon. It has a little bit of isolation, but you can still access it by ground. As you do see, Kiwian now pushing out huge anti-armor missile, laying on top of just about every single Dragoon. But a Reaver will pop out of that shuttle and will take out a massive chunk of the Bio Army.
Oh yeah, the Marines, they do struggle here. Nice spread with the Marauders. They do contest against the Dragoons. Shuttle goes down. Reaver goes down as well. And Kiwian, he does rally everything across the map. He smells blood in the water. He's going to try to go for the kill. A last charge is done, and Zealots have arrived.
Yeah. Those Zealot legs, they can make short work on these tanks. I mean, the tanks are looking very exposed as well. Very easy to surround. But that's why we're rallying everything. That's why we're getting just about every single unit here of Terran, of Kiwian. And that's something that it was interesting to note as well in TVP like this. Every time you stim, you're leaving your units more vulnerable to a Reaver volley.
True. You're not wrong. Not wrong with that dynamic. Meanwhile, we have a Viking drop towards the north, so no mining whatsoever at that 4th base, not the 3rd. Meanwhile, Storm just finished. Storm did just finish. High Templar, it's coming in.
It's looking for something to Storm. That's a big chunk of Terran Bio, but he actually goes for the tank instead. Will sacrifice the High Templar to achieve that, but Rebellion will be able to chase this back, will be able to stop the push right in its tracks.
Yeah, it does clean it up there. It does actually save one of his High Templar as well. That does come in to reinforce. Rotates around, going for the Vikings, and Rebellion he holds. As you mentioned before, this center area of the map is so wide open. I mean, there's no terrain to help you when it comes to like any kind of SimCity or when it comes to kiting back to a choke point. Very wide open, Rebellion holds.
Yeah, best you can really hope for is to try to use shrubbery to nice vision, maybe sneak out a couple of cheeky tank volleys from behind bushes, but even then, it doesn't take too long for these speedy Zealots to get on top of those hidden units.
Exactly. With purpose, they do get on top of them. Meanwhile, Rebellion, he's actually further ahead economically than Kiwian is aware because of that Ninja Base. Likewise, Kiwian setting up for his other expansion, getting his 4th also on location. Both armies facing off against each other. Kiwian actually going for a Dream Drop here on the right-hand side.
Ooh, there's a massive risk as Rebellion is starting to push in to the natural. But Kiwian, yeah, he's setting up.
He's setting up. There are 2 High Templar in the shuttle. Looks like we might even end up in a bit of a base trade here as the Doomdrop does hit the expansion. Nexus is going to be going down. Meanwhile, Rebellion, he does turn back around. He will come back home.
Oh, he's trying to get the assimilators. He's trying to get the assimilators. Can he block this off?
Oof.
He will be able to. There's absolutely no way now for Rebellion to save this base as it gets forfeit.
Oh my god, meanwhile, Stormdrop in the middle line. Ooh. 20 SCVs go down. Oh my god, it was oversaturated. So many workers fall. And sure, Rebellion, he may have lost the base, but remember, he has the ninja base. The base did not matter.
Yeah, he kills those 20 workers, and with that takes a slight lead when it comes to the worker count.
Does take that slight lead. Meanwhile, we do see Kiwian. He is not done. He's committing to his Doomdrop in towards the main, but this time there's an army waiting for him.
There is. Now, Brute War High Templar, they don't have feedback, so these medevacs are going to be able to make it out of here without taking any without taking too much damage.
Yeah, we just see Rebellion trying to hunt down those medevacs, but Lasso Drop is safe and sound here at that now essentially island location. Likewise, we see Kiwian getting his 4th base up and running. Planetary is morphing in, and he's getting to his ghost production.
Yeah, I just realized the rocks after you kill the assimilators. Those rocks are not destructible.
Yeah. It's crazy. This is what I love about some of these new old Brood War maps, is that they have these unique features that just aren't really a thing in SC2 anymore. Whether it's, island bases, whether it's 4-player maps, whether it's stuff like this, right? Like permanent rocks. You don't see that period in SC2.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, it's different. It's refreshing.
Yeah. Speaking of which, yeah, that would have been a good time to take out those assimilators as Kiwian loses his 4th base.
Yeah, it does lose the 4th base. At the same time, massive storm on the bite. Oh my god, the storms are insane. Oh,
Jesus. Blanketing just about everything. Ghost not here in time. They finally land their EMPs, but not before a massive chunk of the Bio army. I would say probably half of at least this force gets taken out. We still, of course, have that Doomdrop floating around here from Kiwian.
Mate, he took every storm to the face. That was crazy. The supply plummeted. Oh, yeah. There's barely an army left standing. Thankfully, you do have the Doomdrop, of course, is still active on the map. The supplies are still comparable to each other. Rebellion forced to expand towards the south end instead, getting his own 4th base. But as you mentioned, at least he did kill the 4th of Kiwian, so he's knocked down to a 3-base economy instead.
I just realized this, but this is the first for this evening. We're getting into the mid-game. We're getting a bit of a longer one here.
Yeah.
Oh, we've actually just passed the mid-game. We're not in the late game yet, but...
Yeah. We're getting there.
Yeah, alright. We're getting there. We can appreciate the dynamic a little bit more.
I mean, what also helps with that as well, which is also another X factor of a 4-player spawn map. The last time we saw Troy was a PvP, which was vertical spawns. Here, with diagonal spawns, I mean, they're much further away, right? Rush distance by ground is far longer here, so it's harder to be more in the face of your opponent and harder to be more aggressive, as the gas guys are going to be knocked down. Oh, almost.
Oh, and it was going to try. Yeah. Almost was able to catch all of these zealots as well in between rocks. Take them out.
Storm jump. Oh my god.
He's been blanketing this natural base. All these SCVs want to do is mine.
Yeah, they just want to mine. Only 1 High Templar made it through. The Vikings and the turrets denied the 2nd High Templar from jumping in. Meanwhile, massive EMPs here in the center of the map. The army does engage and almost every single unit gets EMP'd.
Yeah, there's one ghost that has Storm right now, and Kiwian, he sees it. Got him in sights. It gets taken out by the Bio.
Yeah, High Templar goes down. We have backup High Templar on the way. Reaver coming behind this as well. Once again, the EMPs are solid, but does Kiwian have enough of a Bio army? He lost all of his Marines. He lost all of his Marauders as well.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it.
On the drop.
Sure, the EMPs were good, and we're able to take out a lot. The simulators get taken down, and a lot of these units now trapped. This, I believe, the 5th base, or no, 4th base. Yeah. Here from Rebellion, gonna be forfeit once again.
Yeah, very effective drop here from a Kiwi and takes down the entire mineral line, takes down the base. At the same time, Rebellion, he has to commit across the map, but Kiwi, he's ready for this. He's maxed out.
Yeah, he's got a lot of EMPs. He's got a lot of ghosts. He even has Ghost Cloak in case he needs it. And he hasn't used it yet, but he can utilize it.
Yeah, exactly. At these drops, they've been winning. Kiwi in this game. He sniped so many bases, so many mineral lines with this Doom drop going further into the main as well, forcing Rebellion back home. And again, Kiwi, and he is at that max out supply. Rebellion, he's struggling to keep up.
Yeah, it's really struggling with these drops. They're trying to go back and forth with these very slow and mobile Protoss units. I mean, Kiwian, he's just utilizing this map and utilizing his unit mobility, his army mobility to best he can, taking full advantage of the fact that Rebellion's army is that much slower than his.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's no recall, for example, and no without arbiters. Massive storms here on the Bio army, but nice split here from Kiwi and Zelce coming from behind. Can Rebellion collapse on this?
I believe we only have one Ghost of EMP left remaining, but yeah, the stim, the kiting, it's looking way too good right now for Kiwian.
Yeah, he does kite back to the safety of his reinforcements of the tanks as well. More EMPs can be coming in. There are some storms behind this, though. Rebellion's trying to come in with the Reaver.
Yeah, some of those ghosts weren't quite in position, so a couple of storms do land, but all he has is all he's got, and he's about to die. These Dragoons are going down, the Archons go down, and Rebellion just lost his entire army without being able to break Kiwian. GG is called. Kiwian gonna be taking game number 2, tying us up 1-1.
GG, well played. Kiwi, and showing us that, hey, he doesn't just have to cheese, doesn't just have to all in, he can take it to the mid game, to the late game even. Very impressive stuff. And as you mentioned, I mean, it isn't just that Kiwian was taking advantage of his more mobile army, but it does feel like Troy is that much more punishing for that as well because of those assimilators. He was making use of the terrain here time and time again. He was knocking them down and just cutting Rebellion off from his own bases.
Yeah, time and time again. I feel for those Dragoons. I got trapped between those rocks. I was expecting them to just die immediately, but no, they were just trapped. And thankfully, there was a Terran army nearby to put them out of their misery.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. With that, GG well played. Very impressive play there out of Kiwian, able to embrace a longer game. But now we're going to be spawning into a much smaller map instead. We're going to be loading into Whispers of Gold.
Here we go. StarCraft 2 map this time. Mm-hmm. And if you'll recall, it is the rush map that we're jumping into.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Shorter rush distance by ground, exposed third base as well. Aggression is going to be favored here, so we may have enjoyed a longer macro game, but that might not be what we see here.
Yeah, here we go. As we spawn into Whispers of Gold, where we're here in the top left-hand corner map, starting all the way in the top left, we have our red Brood War Terran player coming down for the first time in the series. Going to be playing Brood War Terran. You may have known him in the past as Top or TOP. You may have known him as the guy who got nuked, question mark? If I remember that game correctly. I'm digging through my memory to remember some of the very memorable games from this fella right here, who goes by Kiwian.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, oh, as there is an SV moving out across the map, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the SC2 Protoss, being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is Rebellion.
Getting NG blocked, and you know what?
Mm-hmm.
You can lift Brute War at E-base.
True. Saying you should just finish it and then float away. You should...
Yeah.
Let's go. As yes, some things they do persist between certain matchups. Here we have the eBay block here at the natural. Does not complete it, of course, so you will have the option to cancel, and this will disrupt and delay the opener and the economy of Rebellion.
Should finish it. Commit.
You're like, just lift, float over, and then proxy +1. It'll be amazing. Oh!
Oh, so the only thing that Kiwian is utilizing in order to really mess with Rebellion's build.
Yeah. Going for the gas steal in the main as well. The SV takes a lot of hits. We'll have to get the hell out of there, but a nice start here for Kiwian. does cause quite a nuisance, quite an annoyance here for Rebellion. We do have Adepts on the way. He will eventually deal with this, but yeah, it's going to be quite an awkward start for Rebellion.
Man, look at this Zealot. Naruto running, essentially. It does look like it's Naruto running.
Yeah, it does.
With its one arm in front of him and one arm behind him.
Yeah. Like, look at this clown. Just, you know, just with always on side blades, just can't even walk across the map. What's going on, mate? What happened to this generation? Oh, that's a kill! Oh my god.
Dude, that was a kill. You see, that's why you should have finished the eBay.
True.
They could have lifted it.
Oh no. As we do get Rebellion shading across the map here, he will threaten the mineral line. Likewise, Academy's on the way for Stim. Does commit to the shade. We'll go for the SCVs.
I forgot the tech labs were really a thing, at least off of Barracks's.
There are machine shops for the factories.
True. They were called tech labs, yeah. Is the range upgrade for Marines in SC Evo?
I believe it is. Yeah, it's also on the Academy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I guess the vanilla Marines got a little bit of a nerf?
Yeah, I believe I don't think they're technically as effective as SC2 Marines. I'm not too familiar with the exact numbers, of course.
At least not unupgraded. Yeah. Unupgraded, as effective, but with full upgrades, they're about the same, I think.
I mean, they're different. they're definitely different here, as I believe they do have longer range. Regardless, medics are now in production as well. As a reminder, there are no medevacs, so medics are required instead to help support. Likewise, they're also quite tanky units themselves, so they can be used not just to support the army, but also to buffer as well.
Yeah, that's what the shield is for.
True. Is what the shield is for, as we do see the shades into the main. The Adept does get eyes on the 3-racks, so Rebellion is fully aware of the massive bio coming his way. Has a response. It looks like he's getting ready for Colossus production.
Yeah, what better way to take out these Marines than a handful of medevacs, right? I say medevacs, I mean medics.
Yeah, I
feel like I can never say medic, you know? I feel like when I say medic, I have to go, medic!
I understand your pain. It's fine. It's fine. But what's important here is that this 3-racks with medic support, it hits a lot faster here than normal, because usually in SE2 you'd have to wait for the starport, but alas, you can make medics with purely Raxes instead. And here we go. He is going to pull the trigger. Stim is done.
Medic is so fast, it just dove right in and got immediately killed.
It did immediately get shut down.
Slow down.
With that, Kiwian has to race back home. Again, Rebellion, he was able to scout, able to confirm what was going on, made a safety immortal, and now the Colossus is on the way behind this.
Yeah, and as a result, Kiwian, he has to go back home. He has to rethink, get ready for a secondary push. This time, with siege ship tanks.
Oh yeah, siege mode is being researched. We have marine range on the way as well. He's building up towards his 3-1-1 setup, and thankfully the marines did make it back home. Only the medic died, so despite the initial failed push, he did retain his army. Yeah,
so he can defend against the counter harass that's coming his way. Ooh, those adepts actually committed to that shade. Not exactly the best idea, as they all immediately get taken out.
Yeah, the Adepts are cleaned up, so nicely done here by Kiwian. Meanwhile, back at home, Rebellion building up his Colossus. He's got one for the time being, going for the War Prism to reinforce. And Rebellion, he's looking to be assertive here. He's moving out.
Interesting. Yeah, we don't often see aggressive Colossus like this anymore.
Yeah, and I don't know if I'm fond of it, because I mean the siege line is getting there here for Kiwian.
Yeah, I mean that's the follow-up that I omitted, right? We don't necessarily see aggressive Colossus like this anymore, because it just gets immediately shut down.
Yeah, so I mean it looks like Rebellion, he's at least containing his opponent. He's expanding back at home. He's gonna poke in, but does face check and does confirm that there are tanks waiting for him.
Yeah, that's not the only thing. As dropship,
Oh.
they get loaded up, 7 Marines, as well as a single medic inside of that. Now, dropships, they do not have boost, so you have to keep that in mind. They do take a little bit longer to get across the map. Colossus drop right into Kiwion's main. Swipes away at a couple of SCVs.
Gets 3 SCVs, not bad. It does save the Colossus, gets the hell out of there. I believe no real hull damage is dealt. Meanwhile, as you mentioned, the dropship is boosting towards the main base. We'll see what Kiwion can get done.
It's about to dive right behind the mineral line.
And not bad. There's the stim. Probes are falling. That's going to be 7 8. Oh my god, 8 probes are already going to be going down.
Yeah, 8 of them do fall. Artosis Pylon does get taken out. That's 3 gateways no longer in production, and also +1 armor. That's going to be slowed down a lot. Medics can heal inside the medevac. Oh, the dropship. Today I learned.
It's crazy.
They don't have to land.
It makes sense if they're all like in the same room. Like, yeah. Just heal up.
Heal up, yeah. It's very much unlike the interaction with the medevac, as obviously the medevac can't shoot itself with its healing beam.
It's true. It can't happen. Imagine if you had 2 medevacs and you could have one shoot like the beam through the window into like the units inside the other medevac.
Yeah, they're like, stay still. We need to make sure we get this. We need to make sure that we get this.
Oh no. Oh no. Otherwise,
we need to make sure that we don't miss. Yeah.
Otherwise, it was like radiation
Otherwise,
damage to like the
shut down
whole.
the yeah. It'll blow up the engine.
Oh no. The precision required. See, really, they could do that. They just don't, because I mean, it often does end in disaster. It's true.
They're cowards, is what you're saying.
Oh god.
Yeah, that's really cool. That's one of the things I seem to remember from, like, you know, one of those dev interviews talking about the shift from Brute War into StarCraft 2. So they realized that the meta for Terran, if you're going to go into drop play, they always loaded up at least 1 medic into the dropship. So they're like, what if we just combine the medic and the dropship into 1 unit? And then you could have 8 Marines instead of 7.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, crazy.
Speaking of, we do see another drop into the main, likewise drop into the natural. Do have a dual-pronged attack here by Kiwion. Is getting some economic damage, but for the most part, Rebellion should be able to keep up. At the same time, his main army is going to be pushing, but that's a massive siege line here. Not just tanks, but also now Ghosts for Kiwion.
Yeah, it goes for EMP and also for Interference Matrix, as that did get research. It's not called Interference Matrix, but it does the same thing, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually, I would say, better. I believe lockdowns, they don't just disable the unit, they lock it down, as in they can't move.
Immobilize it?
Yes.
Ooh.
It's crazy.
I could just imagine that for this one Colossus, for instance.
Yeah.
Right on top of the siege line. Oof.
We shall see, though.
But I guess that's a trade-off, right? It's that the Ghost is a ground unit, so it's a bit more vulnerable like that.
Yeah, as we are just going to be setting up. Likewise, science vessels also coming into play for Kiwion. He's securing himself quite well here on 3 bases. Likewise, Rebellion still trying to refine his army. I'm a little bit shocked to see that, that there's only 1 Colossus, but he has 7 High Templar. He's relying a lot more heavily here on Storm.
Yeah, and we'll see how this works out for him. We saw him utilize the Brute War Storms to great effect in the previous game, but now he's up against a little bit of a different army composition. They interact a little bit differently.
Yeah, definitely. So we are going to be spreading out. Of course, the science vessels do have their own EMPs available as well, so that's where that comes into play. And again, this is just a really secure setup. It isn't just a tank line. We have depots, turrets, bunkers as well. Kiwion, he's heavily fortified here, and I don't really see Rebellion pushing into this anytime soon.
Yeah, this is... How many tanks do we have here? 2, 4, 6, 7. Or alternatively, I could just open up the unit tab and see that we have 10. Oh, good use of the a good use of the terrain to try to get on the high ground and shut down this mineral line. Unfortunately, the High Templar were still in range of these tanks. Marines gonna stim right on top of this warp prism, will be shutting it down, as well as all the zealots that were warped in, or soon to be warped in.
Yeah, exactly. So nice cleanup there by Kiwian. Meanwhile, across the map, Rebellion cleans up the drop, so we do defend at both locations at once here. Both players do hold on. Both players taking their 4th bases as well, as we are about to max out.
Yeah, both players actually. For, I think, the first time this evening, we're going to see 2 maxed out armies clash against each other.
Yeah, we are getting there. As the bases progress for Rebellion, he will have the opportunity to take it to Skytoss. That is going to be available to him if he so wishes. Scan into the main will reveal that that is not the case. Gets eyes on the Dark Shrine, gets eyes on extra Raxes as well. That is the big thing here for Kiwian. He needs to know if there is going to be something like a Skytoss transition.
Yeah, how would you shut that down in Brute War Terran? Well, I guess Science Vessels. Science Vessels are usually the answer to everything, aren't they? Yeah.
True. Valkyries as well, you know, being on a bit of a lower tank count instead. But for now, of course, he is set up for the ground-based army. Rebellion's going to be rotating around, likewise pushing towards the new 4th of Kiwian, which is a little bit less fortified.
Yeah, not as many tanks over here. One tank already going to be popped. Couple of lockdowns being thrown, but not quite getting much. EMPs, though, from Science Vessels will land.
Yeah, the EMPs did land, so nicely done. Meanwhile, we had storms into the mineral lines. So far, Kiwian, he is holding on. He is still maxed out. And the question becomes, when does he move out? That is the big question, as he's still waiting for, I imagine, his +3 upgrades.
Yeah, this is Brute War Terran in a nutshell, right? You turtle up as best you can until you can get a full maxed out army, until you can essentially get your death ball, and then you just move across the map and take out anything along the way. It's part of the reason why a lot of Brute War Terran players switch to Protoss in StarCraft 2.
Oh, yeah, we do have the defense matrix here onto those tanks. Massive storm on the bio, though.
Oof. Yeah, that bio army was just begging for it, being mushed into that corner like that.
It's a nice defensive matrix effect. It's a nice shield.
Yeah. It's green.
It is. As the army does push forward, one of the tanks does get caught on siege. Oh my god, but the tank blows are insane, and there's a lockdown. He gets a Colossus.
Oof, that's brutal.
Oh yeah. Gets a Colossus, catches out the Immortals as well. Once again, locking it down, locking it in place.
And now Kiwian with the Terran army starting to really stake his claim on the map. Decent storm.
Oh my god.
Better follow-up storm. A lot of Marines getting taken out.
Jesus. Yeah, the storms are brutal. They'll say dive on in as well. Now the tanks are exposed.
Yeah, but it's not quite enough beef in this Protoss army. We still have ghosts, and they are cloaked. Gonna be acting as a little bit of a buffer, taking out a lot of the Gateway army.
Yeah, they do shut down most of those zealots. Likewise, another High Templar almost goes down. It does go down as well. Brutal losses. Rebellion, he plummets in supply. I mean, again, Rebellion, he lost his Colossus, lost the Immortals. That was a lot of high-tech units going down for the Protoss, so it takes a while to really replenish.
Yeah, I mean, look at the supply right now. Kiwian just, despite losing a lot of his bioforces, just trades so much more efficiently. If you look at the units lost tab, yeah, that's a major deficit here coming out from Rebellion.
Yeah, I mean, what's important is the kind of army that was lost for the players, right? As you mentioned, the storms are brutal, and Kiwian lost mainly Marine. But that's the thing, right? He lost mainly Marine, so it's very easy, very cheap to replenish. I mean, while Rebellion lost high-tech units instead, it does push it into a siege line. Oh my god!
Oof. There's a lot more Gateway units as well. Is able to keep his Archon and his High Templar alive. But even then, if you're only losing Zealots, that stacks up quite a bit.
Yeah, it really does. And if you can see here, Rebellion, he's not really replacing those Robo units. Now we have one Immortal on the way, but, you know, he doesn't have any more Colossus, no more Immortals. As we mentioned before, has not tried to take up into Skytoss either. He's going to try to rotate over towards the left-hand side instead and try to find another way in. But, Jesus, these bunkers, they're ready. They're already loaded up. They stay loaded up.
Yeah, and we have tanks behind all of that as well. Ghost here, but unfortunately Ghost do not have EMP in Blue War.
Yeah, a bit of a misplaced lockdown as well on a Stalker. Storms on the tank line, massive connections. The Science Vessels, they do rotate over though, and it looks like Kiwian is going to be able to force this back. Oh my god, the feedbacks!
Feedbacks are insane. Science Vessels will lose all of their energy, but not before getting a couple EMPs. And yeah, once again, high-tech units getting taken out here for Rebellion.
Yeah, he at least got some SCVs though. He was able to somewhat trade with the army, but alas, overall, Kiwian still maintains his army, maintains his supply, and is expanding and taking another base.
Yeah, this time in the top right-hand side.
And you can see whenever he
Much closer to
expands,
maxing out.
he's just following it with a line of bunkers. Like there's so many bunkers behind this. Oh my god.
Yeah, he's just expanding his fortifications as he expands economically as well. Although he doesn't have his main army in position here. Rebellion takes out a couple of tanks, takes out a couple of bunkers, but once again he loses High Templar, loses I believe his Immortal as well, and doesn't trade economically.
He does not. Some interesting lockdowns on the Stalkers, but he does pick them up regardless.
I might as well. So.
Yeah, might as well get some value with them, of course. As the armies are facing off against each other, Rebellion expanding towards his opponent right next door here. He does dive in, does get a storm off.
Ooh! Very brutal storm, but Kiwian looks like he was able to kite back pretty well. Siege tanks able to utilize their range and take out those by Templar. That's a lot of lockdown stalkers, and that's also a lot of firepower for Rebellion that's just not being utilized.
Yeah.
Once again, Kiwian just trading so efficiently.
Just the rapid fire lockdowns. Oh my god, one of the observers, they left in disgust. They're like, he's like, that was crazy. And with that, yeah, most of the Stalkers go down. Rebellion, he plummets in supply once again. He still maintains some of his High Templar, but again, he has lost most of his gas-intensive units here. Scan reveals the base, and again, this is a very bold expansion from Rebellion, expanding right in front of the face of Kiwian.
Yeah, and can he hold it? I honestly have my doubts. I mean, I'm looking at the supply right now, Light, and I'm looking at how much of Kiwian's supply is right next to that base. He isn't really taking the initiative, though, so that's one thing that's buying Rebellion time, but sooner or later, that base is going to fall.
Oh, yeah. As the army does rotate forward here, slowly sieging upon that expansion. The tanks, they're coming slowly but surely. Likewise, more ghosts on the way. And Rebellion, he just cannot keep up with this. He cannot push in. He has to give up on the expansion.
Yeah, he gives it up. He's going to try to bait out a couple units into Storm. Does take out a couple more Marines here and there, wherever he can, but it feels as though it's too little too late at this point. Yeah,
Rebellion is going to try to engage once again, but he already lost the expansion, and from here, Kiwian, he can slowly push forward. Now, the question becomes, is Kiwian now going to take this base and then set up more bunkers and then keep slowly pushing forward? Like, bearing in mind, Kiwian has not been aggressive at all this game. He's been defensive the entire time.
Yeah. But you know what? It's been working out well for Rebellion. Charging straight into this and losing even more units once again. High-tech units as well. And these are losses that Rebellion can no longer sustain. I mean, Rebellion, he's been on a gateway army for a very long time. And because it's been a very efficient, economically efficient army, now he's running out of gas. Now he's running out of minerals. He had a little bit of a bank earlier on, but he's pretty much spent it already. He cannot transition out of this anymore.
You know what's really interesting?
What I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, this dynamic feels... It reminds me a lot of late game TVZ and SE2, where you have the Zerg player that has the entire map that expands and takes all these bases, and the Terran is being more defensive with bio tank. With like Marines, Ghosts, Liberators, tanks, and they're just slowly taking bases and slowly encroaching upon the map, and you have the Zerg player that's trying to break through and just ramming their face into a brick wall. That's what's been happening here, and it's not been going well for Rebellion.
Yeah, honestly a little surprised. I'm honestly a little surprised that Rebellion didn't try to transition a little bit sooner into something like Sky Toss or something like that, but then again, with all of the science vessels and with all of these lockdowns, maybe he knows that Sky Toss isn't exactly ideal if they just get locked down and taken out.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he's too far gone, right? At this point, he's already committed so hard. Massive EMP is going to be connecting. He does commit here into the CC. Tank shot's going to be going off. The ghosts are not quite in position, though.
Yeah, and the bunkers, they're empty.
Yeah.
But all these tanks, though, tanks are actually good against zealots if they're brute war tanks.
Yeah, Kiwian, I don't know if you noticed, his ghosts were just left behind the army, but there we go. Now they do move forward. Now they can be incorporated into the next big fight. That wasn't the worst engagement here for Rebellion, but alas, he still doesn't really get any high-value targets as most of the tanks survive and all the ghosts survive as well.
And it's like you said, it's just like SC2 TVZ, where it's the Terran players just banking on trading as efficiently as possible. And so far, Kiwian's been able to achieve that objective. I mean, Rebellion is only able to muster up a gateway army, and so yeah, he keeps sending it forward, trying to take trades or trying to deal some damage to Kiwian's economy, and it's not been working out for him.
Yeah, and again, I do feel like it's at this point it is like too late to start working on like air upgrades and start working on sky tools. That is clearly where Rebellion had to go. Clearly, that's the direction he had to take this, especially because of how defensive Kiwian is. Like with all these bunkers and siege lines, and again, like we have not seen any actual move out from Kiwi in this entire game, outside of drop play of course, but his main army's been staying back at home. We do see Rebellion now pushing in between the bases. Once again, we have the defensive matrix.
Ooh, huge storm's gonna be blanketing the bio army, but EMPs have not been thrown out just yet. We do have a huge amount of lockdowns on top of the Immortals and a couple of EMPs on top of the rest of the army. This looks like the beginning of the end here.
Oh yeah, every
Rebellion.
Every Immortal goes down. Lockdown completely shuts down these high-tech units, and with that,
how does this lockdown last?
Mate, it lasts. It's so long. It puts interference matrix to shame. Oh no, it's like twice, if not 3 times.
It's like, why can't my interference look like that?
Exactly. True. I'm telling you.
I would win every TVP if that was the case.
Mate, Terran regressed over time. Mate, Brood War Terran was crazy with their spells.
Yeah, we got complacent. Terran got complacent. We're like, we're gonna upgrade the dropship so it can heal. What else are you gonna do? Yeah, that's it.
that's it. Yeah.
The one upgrade. And also, we're gonna consolidate the comm station with the CC.
Yeah. There you go.
All right, what else are you gonna do? Tanks don't need to research. Although actually, you did have to.
They did have to. In Wings of Liberty, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Terran, we've progressed.
There we go. As we can see here, Kiwian, he has slowly expanded towards top right, so he's taking that base, and I would imagine Kiwian, he's now going to expand here. Yep, you can see bunkers, right? He's slowly pushing forward with these bunker lines, with these tank lines. It's good. It's a slow death. It is a slow death for Rebellion. Rebellion is like, just come and kill me, and Kiwian's like, no, I'm not moving. I'm not pushing into you without bunkers.
Kill me, yeah, you kill me, you coward.
Oh god.
A couple of great feedbacks on top of the science vessels, but we still have one with energy, and honestly, that's all we need at this point. Misses the EMPs, but I mean, the Terran army is just dwarfing anything that Rebellion can muster at this point. He doesn't even need those EMPs anymore.
He really doesn't. Here come the goods, here come the lockdowns. He does take down the Immortal, takes down the Stalkers as well, May as well. Zealot's forced to engage. There's no more splash damage, no more storm, and from here, Kiwian, he can just take the fight. Kiting back just to be efficient. GG gets called, and Kiwian will take the series at 2-1.
GG, very nicely done. A brilliant display of old school Turtle Terran. Old school defensive Terran play coming out here from Kiwian. Coming into this group, we had high hopes for Rebellion. I feel like he was most of our second seeds in our mind after Shin, but Kiwian, he eliminates him here from SE Evolution League Fall Championship.
Yeah, Rebellion is the first to be eliminated. As you say, that is a big surprise here, but at the same time, some of the onus, especially in this final game, should be on Rebellion, just because he did kind of commit quite hard here. We spoke earlier, like, clearly against this kind of style, Kiwian wants you to push into him. He wants to fight on his terms, with his tank lines, with his bunkers, with his defensive setup. That's what he wants, and Rebellion gave him exactly what he wanted.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Rebellion tunnel visioned a little bit too hard in the middle of that game, and you know who's to blame for that? It's the Zealots. It's the SC2 Zealots.
True. They regressed the brain. GG, well played. Congratulations, Kiwian does take the series. So someone asking earlier, is Kiwian top? Yes. TOP top is Kiwian. They are one and the same. Kiwian has usually been casting these events, but great to see him competing as well. And Kiwian will advance on to the decider match.
Yeah, we thought he would be forced to cast once again, but he keeps himself alive. There's a possibility that he makes it through, and he's going to be able to continue playing here. But we'll see. He has another TVP ahead of him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there is that other TVP ahead of him.
Which, now that I think about it, if he can get more lockdowns, man, why can't I have that? Why can't SC2 have lockdown? That's all I want to know.
Something that I should bring up as well, because I think a lot of people are talking about the spells. This is not just about lockdown, but most, if not all, of the Brood War spells, I know that you haven't experienced it yet, Yaku, but most of them, they last longer. I don't know if you noticed, but even the Storm, I think the Storms are comparable to each other, but
I think it stays a bit longer.
It does. But whether it comes to lockdown, when it comes to spells like irradiate, spells like plague as well, they do last a long time. So we haven't seen Defilers yet from the side of Zerg. We won't be able to see it because she's already
we're not
through.
going to tonight. Yeah.
We're not going to. But like the Defiler spells, the Queen spells like Ensnare. If you don't know, Ensnare is like the Brood War version of Fungal Growth, and it's like twice as long. It's crazy. Like in general, Brood War spells, they last longer. But I do think a big part of that is because Brood War units are less mobile than SC2 units, right? That does make up for
less mobile, and it was a little bit of a slower game as well.
For sure. But yeah, it definitely is. It makes me envious though. Like whenever I see like the Ensnare, or whenever I see the Lockdown, or whenever I see the Plague, or the Plague, I'm like, why can't we have this in SC2? It's like, it looks so good.
It's because this generation, you know, we're too fast. The attention, papi.
For sure. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. But regardless, with that, GG, well played. Kiwian does advance on, and we have our final series of the night. This is the decider match. We already had Shin advancing on into the playoff brackets, and now we have to decide, is he going to be joined by a Protoss or a Terran, by Mana or by Kiwian? I'm sure Mana was watching, by the way. I'm sure he was watching that series. I'm sure he was studying Kiwian versus Rebellion, and now Mana will have that much more information coming into this.
Yeah, I'm sure in big, bold letters he has somewhere in his notes, don't ape into bunkers and tanks.
True. Oh my god, do not ape in Bappy. And that's he's going to write that down on a piece of paper. He's going to stick it to his wall above the monitor. He's gonna... He knows.
Note into them. And yeah, to be fair, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I feel like we have seen in the past a couple of times in SC2 TVPs where, as a Protoss player, you are kind of able to get away with that, right? You are kind of able to, if you have enough Archons, you have enough Immortals, you are able to just roll through an entrenched Terran position like that. But yeah, I guess the lockdown is a very big factor here. That really shuts it down, as well as the defense matrix from the science vessel, because EMP has about the same effect, I think. But yeah, it's these other Brute War Terran spells that will just really prevent a Protoss player from getting on top of you.
Yeah, something that I appreciate as well here, I don't know if you noticed, but I like it, and I wish it was maybe also a thing. It's hard to say because SC2 is a much faster game, but the fact that the EMP from the science vessel was a projectile, right? It is a projectile, so it actually takes
True,
it.
you
There's
can
like
dodge it better.
yeah, there's travel time, so you can actually dodge it and avoid it. And we actually saw that a couple of times where Aurelian was able to minimize the impact of the EMP because he could, move out ahead of time and split. So that is a nice little dynamic between that.
You could avoid the EMP, but not the lockdown.
No, that's instant. That's a little bit different. True.
That was a trade-off we made going into SE2. Yeah.
For sure. And that's another thing that's really interesting that we lost in SE2 is how certain spells impact only certain units. So bringing it back here, lockdown only works on mechanical units. It only works on mechanical units. Does not work on bio units. That's why there was no lockdowns on the Archons, for example. You would not see Archons on Ultras, for example.
Doesn't work on psionic units.
Yeah. Likewise, Irradiate only works on biological units. Does not affect mechanical or robo units, right? So like there's spells like that which are a lot more specialized, which isn't really a thing in SE2.
Yeah, I mean, SE2 just consolidated so much.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about the medic and the dropship.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff there. Some of them for the better, some of them a little bit more questionable. But regardless, we're going to be kicking off our final series of the evening here. Going to be a bit of a cheeky TVP, yet another one. Here on Whispers of Gold, where we're here in the top left-hand corner map, swatting all the way in the top left. We, of course, have our red StarCraft 2 Protoss player coming out from the land of Poland. We have representing Team Liquid. He is the captain now, or arguably has always been the captain. We have Mana.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner as he's going for an eBay block once again, but Mana does confirm we have the Brood War Terran player. The Brood War Terran representing himself is fighting for his life, though the typical caster, but now the player doing quite well. It is Kiwian.
Look at him. He's juking and jiving the probes of the SCV. Not going to be able to finish the NG Bay, unfortunately, but still gets a block off.
Yeah, he does get some good progression on the eBay as well, and he is forcing the unnatural natural Mana. He's forced to expand over at the third base location instead.
Yeah, and I have to wonder, is there a way for Brute War Terran to take advantage of that? I have to imagine that maybe with vultures.
Yeah.
Would I be able to get something done? But
yeah, I mean, is Kiwian willing to play mech against Protoss? If so, then, I mean, true, vultures, they can have their way with this, potentially.
Yeah, throw in a couple spider mines, just zone away literally everything, because spider mines just shred through pretty much any SC2 unit.
That they do. Nice set of 7 here out of Kiwian takes down the probe. And we have confirmation that is a second Rax and a third Rax, so it's going to be a 3 Rax follow-up. We saw this against Rebellion as well, so it's going to be 3 Rax here from Kiwian. No crazy vulture play. Not yet. Not in game 1.
But you know what? No Marauders in Brute War Terran. So it's not going to be 3 Rax Marauder that has traumatized us time and time again.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit different. But as we saw in the previous game, this does hit with a little bit earlier because of medics, right? Medics, they can be produced earlier because you don't need a starport for any kind of supportive units. That does mean that the initial 3-Rex has more sustainability than the SC2 3-Rex.
Yeah, no add-ons to swap. Oh, I think you just said that. Yeah, no add-ons to worry about. You just get your other unit so you can... I mean, the minute this barracks finishes up, there's no reason not to just start pumping out units. You don't have to wait any additional time.
Yeah, and the stim is less punishing, right? Because you actually move out with medics, you can actually afford to, stim 1 or 2 extra times here. You can top yourself up and maintain or sustain yourself. And yeah, it is just a bit of a different dynamic overall. Meanwhile, Mana has yet to confirm. He's being active with some stalkers, but he has not seen or gotten eyes into the main yet.
Yeah, he needed those stalkers at home to clear up the eBay initially. But now he's starting to make his way across the map. Yeah, gonna have a lot of trouble getting into this, so we already have a safety bunker, and I doubt Mana's gonna be able to get into the main. Might be tipped off by the massive amount of Marines, though.
Yeah, he's yet to confirm, but soon he will, as we do see Kiwian intentionally hiding his Marines further back behind the mineral line. We saw that Rebellion was able to scout this and shut this down because he opened up Adept, and his Adepts were able to shade in and get eyes on everything, but Mana with Stalkers is more in the dark. Behind this is going for a third Nexus, meanwhile the Marines do reveal themselves. They're stepping in! Up! Up! They get the Stalker!
Yeah, getting right on top of the Stalker. Controlling this unit composition has to be a bit of a pain because you have to constantly move your medevacs back. Why are they so fast? What are they rushing for?
They're speedy boys. Oh my god. As there we go. There's the first stim. Dives in the army. Blink isn't done. Oh.
Blink is not done. And so these Marines are punishing the Stalkers, able to get a lot of them before they can really get back home. Shield battery not finished just yet. Nice kiting coming out from Mana.
Yeah, there's a second stim from Kiwian going for the shield battery. Shield battery gets knocked down. There's only 4 Stalkers left. 2 of them are very low. Third stim here from Kiwian going for the mineral line.
Yeah, like you said, stim is just a lot less punishing. You don't have to just wait for your one silver bullet moment, your one stim that you have available to this. Stim once, stim twice, stim 3 times, and you still kill 7 probes and 4 Stalkers.
Yeah. A pretty good value there. Pretty good value from Kiwian. Meanwhile, back at home, he's got his bunker, building up more Marines. And interesting, Kiwian, he's actually peeling off a couple of Marines to skirt around the left-hand side, potentially to counterattack or even try to surround those Stalkers. And we'll see if Mana can punish, as Kiwian has yet to get into tank production. His first tank is still on the way.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the other side of things, Mana looking to commit to this. He's already got the Warp Prism, making its way into the main base. Like you said, tank about to pop out, but Siege still a little ways off.
Oh, exactly. As we do see that Kiwian, he snuck out across the map. He's going for the mineral line, going for the natural.
Yeah, simming forward and gonna be focusing down the probes. Meanwhile, on the other side, the blink has commenced right on top of the bunker. A lot of these Stalkers starting to bleed, but they will blink right on top of the other tank as well. Oh, look at all these Marines, though. There are plenty of them. They were targeting down the Warp Prism, so no reinforcements will be available here for Mana. When it's all said and done, Mana kills a couple of SCVs. Kiwian kills a couple of probes, but all in all, I mean, just look at that worker difference.
Yeah.
Kiwian comes out on top.
I mean, Kiwian, throughout the course of this game, he has killed how many? 14 probes have gone down. I'm a little bit shocked. Mana, sure, he killed the bunker, he killed the tank, but as you mentioned, the Bio Army, because of all these medics, was able to sustain itself, against those Stalkers. Kiwian does hold quite well, quite nicely, and he does have a worker lead.
This is why medevacs should be CC tech. Tier 1 tech. Should be produced from the CC.
True.
Because what are you going to make? SCVs?
You just don't want to make SCVs, yeah.
I just don't.
God damn it. As we do see these Stalkers, they dive in. They do deny some add-ons here on the Science Vessel. The Marines are going to be able to hold their own. Nice juggling here with the dropship. Oh, the tank.
Will get taken out as well. That's the problem with medevacs, right? You get them out quicker, and they are quite tanky, but they can't attack, they can't hurt, they can heal, and that's why these SCVs are able to sustain themselves a little bit longer than you would expect, but yeah, the Stalker is still able to kite back and snipe a couple of units. Oh, only one of them will make it out, though.
Yeah, only one Stalker escapes. Once again, this Bio Army punishes the aggression of Mana. I think Mana, he's a little bit more used to dealing with SC2 Bio here, but again, we saw that the medics were putting in a lot of work. As you were mentioning here, because of the earlier medic production, this army had more sustain, and Kiwian, he fights quite well.
Yeah, fights very well. Very efficient trades coming out of him. He's lost almost half of the minerals and... what's math, like 20% of the gas compared to Mana?
It's crazy.
It's a lot of losses here for SC2 Protoss.
Yeah, definitely, as the army does now take a third base is going to be on location. Kiwian does break out. Mana's going to be forced back across the map. Kiwian scans. He does confirm the Colossus did get eyes on it and sees the gateway explosion as well. So now he's a lot more aware of the army that's coming his way. Meanwhile, lockdown is being researched.
Oh boy.
It's a lock. It's a padlock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. It's a lock covered by a circle because the lock is down.
There you go. As he's making 5 ghosts at mate. Imagine not needing a tech lab to make ghosts. Jesus. 5 ghosts at a time. Let's go.
You don't even need a ghost academy.
Yeah,
or,
true.
Well,
Do need a science facility, but you know, it's fine.
Yeah. But a science facility, you could also make science vessels out of it. So
True.
it's not just one building for one unit.
Yeah, StarCraft 2.
Well, yeah. It's like in StarCraft 2, we consolidated the units but broke up the buildings.
No. Regardless, Mana getting his 4th base. There is a drop that's poised to dive into the main, but Mana, he's got an observer. He does spot it. He is aware, so he's in position. Likewise, building up his main army. But again, we do see Kiwian taking a different approach. This time, he's not being as defensive as he was against Rebellion. He's moving out.
He's being much more active on the map. He's moving out with his main
Gets
army.
down.
Locking down. That Colossus. It's completely forfeit and just gets taken out in the middle of the map like that. Ooh, boy.
Yeah?
I think what you said is probably holds merit here. It feels like Mana maybe not as familiar with dealing against Brute War Terran.
Yeah, with the power of the Pyre. I mean, he might have also just assumed that Kiwian was going to be defensive again, right? If he did watch Rebellion series, he might just believe. Meanwhile, Zelda coming from behind. Nice flank here on the tanks.
Yeah, but the Zelts will still take a lot of punishments from the other tanks locked down on the sentry. That's silly. It's silly to look at, but actually very effective.
It
is.
Like,
that poor sentry. What did it ever do?
Great to see. Prism goes down. Stalkers get chased down as well. The tanks get left behind. Oh my god, every tank gets cleaned up. So a nice cleanup by Mana, at least cleaning up all those tanks, but the Bio Army is still standing strong. And where is the splash damage?
Well, it's on the way. Another Colossus is about to be pumped out, but that's a lot of ghosts with a lot of energy on him, Light. And I don't need to tell you how effective Lockdown is. We do have Thermal Lance though, so it's gonna be a bit more punishing for Kiwian to try to move forward on top. But it's a flanking Marines!
Oh my god.
We'll try to force the issue, and it will, allow Kiwian to get right on top of the army. Not quite able to land a lockdown.
Yeah, he needs energy. He needs energy right now. He ran out. There we go. The lockdown does come in, and that is going to be enough to break through the natural to get into that expansion as well. Oh.
Every single unit gets locked down. The Colossus just sitting duck, and yeah, it is looking like the beginning of the end here for Mana. I say that, but we have another Colossus, and the Ghosts do not have enough energy for another lockdown.
I mean, this is the downside of locking down units like Stalkers and Sentries, is that when you really need the lockdown, you don't have it. So I'm being a little bit critical here for Kiwian for using it on some gateway units, as he could otherwise dive on this final Colossus, but alas, Mana, he's slowly holding on. 21 probes go down, though. Colossus does break out.
Zeld's going to be helping out a ton, taking out the entirety of the Bioforce. Defense matrix, man. It's pretty good. That took quite a few hits.
You know,
from the Zealots to take it out.
It reminded me of like the Colossus, sorry, the Immortal when it activated its shield, the Guardian shield.
Yeah.
Very similar to that, where it took no damage. It was crazy, but it doesn't last too long though, thankfully, unlike some of the other spells.
It's a one spell, yeah, that doesn't last long. It's like the offensive spells last a long time, but the defensive ones, very short.
It's fine. As Mana does survive, his economy is lackluster, though. He's got 59 probes to the 88 SCVs of Kiwian. He's got so many SCVs. Kiwian, he does need some time, though, to rebuild and replenish his army. He did lose a lot, so there is going to be a bit of a lull period here where Mana can recover, and Mana, he can lick his wounds, but that is still a terrifying army, and Kiwian is getting ready for his next push.
Yeah, this time with EMP.
And with EMP, Optic Flare being researched as well. Let's go. I don't know if he's going to use it, but I look forward to it. That's a
that's a... Yep, I knew that.
You're like, your Optic Flare, that's crazy. He's going to pop up. He's going to use the spell.
He can see. He's got optics.
Let's go. Oh my god, the lockdown range is crazy. Oh my god, he can't get away.
Another Colossus gets locked down, and it's looking, will get sniped as well. Meanwhile, counterattack from Mana will be taking out a lot of SCVs, but I mean, Kiwion, he's just so far ahead. He's losing 20 SCVs, and he's still ahead in the warp count.
Oh yeah! Oh my god! From across the map, it's crazy. He locks down the Colossus. Oh my god! It's like he's sniping from it's like snipe, but even better. Oh my god!
Yeah. It's like a slow snipe, or I should say snipe, but it's even better than snipe because what it does is it you have to live with the dread of being about to die.
You just watch your own death,
just instantly getting hit.
It's crazy.
Yeah. It's like a stasis ward, but even better. That you can deal damage against.
It's like Protoss. Now you have to deal with the dread of sniper. Okay, now you have to feel our pain, the Zerg pain. As we do see Kiwion moving out, it does knock down the 4th base. And Mana, he's got just a gateway army. It's just Zealots and Stalkers. He can go for a counterattack, he can go for run by. One Colossus has right, but again, we've seen how ineffective Colossus can be, as he will get some more CVs across the map at least.
Yeah, really looking to punish this position once again. Kiwion not playing anywhere near as defensive as he was in the previous series, as he was against Rebellion. So Mana is able to take advantage of that, but on the other side of things, we also have a full-on push from Kiwion, taking out this base and killing probes as well.
Yeah, exactly. As Kiwion is still focusing on his defense back at home. That was 10 SCV kills, not bad, but again, as you mentioned, bases are falling and more probes are falling as well, and the main army of Kiwion cannot really be contested against. Mana, he's going for essentially the all-in. He's moving out across the map, will get some reinforcements.
Yeah, but what about second reinforcements? That we have EMP.
Oh, yeah, does connect.
Is able to land, yeah, does connect on top of one of those Colossus.
I'm ready for
the main
lockdowns.
army is starting to break on through. Like so, yeah, a lockdown like that. And Kiwion, he had a choice to make. He could keep on pushing for the base trade, or he could come back home and defend. He comes back home and defends. And now he's going to counterattack with a much more powerful army.
Oh yeah, exactly. Kiwion will overwhelm. And what I appreciate about this game, again, it shows that Kiwion, he is a very diverse when it comes to his play. We saw how he played against Rebellion on this map, likewise with Brutal Terran, and he was so much more defensive. And I just assumed that's how he was going to play this out. He was just going to be just, you know, a turtling player instead, and just wall up and wall off. But clearly, mate, he can be active, he can be aggressive himself, he can be in your face if need be.
Yeah, it's the same map as well. Mana, he knows he can't fight that army. He's going for one final Hail Mary here with his Zealots and with his Colossus.
Yeah. Once again, he just ignores the army, he goes for a base trade. It's the only chance that Mana has. Back at home, he's going to try to hold on, but alas, looks like we are just committing to the base trade.
Yep, as this one goes, doesn't have energy. Now it does. We'll get a lockdown on one of these Colossus.
Yeah, the Colossus are going to get locked down back at home. I mean, the reinforcements for Kiwion are going to be enough. Does get the Colossus in the end, does barely get it. And likewise across the map as well. Mate, that Colossus on top of the ramp has been locked down the entire time. It's crazy.
The entire time of that fight, yeah. GG is called. And Kiwion, sorry, going to be taking game number 1 over Mana.
GG. GG, well played. Very impressive play there by Kiwion, having a very, very strong showing here against Mana. Takes the first game. Mana, he was floundering towards the end there again, just really not expecting this kind of style out of his opponent. And clearly, especially once the ghost count gets higher, it does feel like you have to rely less on robo units. You have to rely a little bit more on things like High Templar, Storm. You will need to diversify your splash damage. Clearly, sticking with Colossus is not going to be the answer, not against a ghost heavy style.
Yeah, that was brutal, to say the least. And again, I have to wonder if maybe it's just a case of Mana not being super familiar or not really being able to practice that much against Brute War Terran. But yeah, we'll see what he has up his sleeve here for game number 2.
Oh yeah. Also, I want to address something in the chat. Someone is asking, I wonder if we will see Lockdown in TBT. I do recommend watching previous SELs. We have casted plenty of TBTs over the past couple of months in StarCraft Evolution, and yes, Ghosts, specifically against Mech, or I guess in TBT or against Mech as well. Ghosts, they do actually... they do actually deal with tank lines quite well. It's really cool to see.
Yeah. It's for similar reasons why in most TVT builds, Ravens are kind of essential, right? Why most of them recommend getting 2 or 3 Ravens at the start, and then if you get into the late game, resume Raven production at some point, because the ability to shut down tanks is just invaluable in a TVT.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it really is. It really is, and it's just really cool to see like a bio-based army, a bio-ghost-based army, you know, spread out and split and deal with these tank lines. I remember that was my first eye-opening moment when I saw the power of the lockdown. When we just saw like entire tank lines just completely shut down. It was crazy. And yeah, hopefully we can get there eventually in the fall championship.
Yeah. We'll get there at some point, I'm sure. Got a couple of potential TVTs in the upcoming groups. But regardless, we are here to determine who our final player to advance is going to be here from Group A at the very least. And over here in the map being ley lines in the bottom left-hand corner map, starting all the way in the bottom left. We, of course, have our red StarCraft 2 Protoss player. Interesting, so he chose us again. Our red StarCraft 2 Protoss player coming out from the land of Poland. He is going to be representing Team Liquid, as he is the captain now. We have Manager.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the StarCraft, or the Brood War Terran, the SE1 Terran here from South Korea, leading the series 1-0. It is Kiwian.
I'm super curious about this. I was fully expecting Mana to choose Brood War Protoss in this case, or at the very least just try to deny Kiwian from having Brood War Terran, or at the very least deny him from having those lockdowns. But no, Mana, this was his pick. He got to decide who plays which era, and he's chosen to stick with SC2, which kind of makes sense. I mean, he's been playing SC2 Protoss for literally over 10 years at this point, so I guess he really just is feeling a lot more confident, and yeah, I'm sure he's just felt confident enough in between the series of how to switch up his own play.
100%, right? Like, I feel the same way here, that Mana most likely, after that last game, is going to be able to adapt and acclimate, and I would imagine is going to be either more aggressive or just take a different approach in general. Last game, as a reminder, he did open up 3-gate blink, and he got punished for it. If you remember, he was like diving into the main base and trying to be hyper aggressive, and he was being punished for it. This time, Robo Opener. So Mana will have access to Colossus actually a lot earlier than previously.
Yeah, looking to stake out a much more defensive position here. Hopefully not going to be parking his Colossus in the middle of the map, as we saw in the previous game, which really was kind of what the first domino was here for Mana.
Oh yeah, it was the ineffectiveness of his 3-gate blink build. Meanwhile, we'll see if Mana does commit into a fast Bay, into fast Colossus, or for something different like a faster Warp Prism. Meanwhile, there it is. We have formation. It is going to be the Bay. It is going to be the Colossus. On the other side, though, Kiwian once again 3 racks. Stim timing.
Or we could get Disruptors.
True.
I have to wonder. I mean, it's probably not what you wanted in defense, right? Just because they're not as reliable as Colossus. When you're going for a bit more of a push, if you're getting an earlier Robo Big, Disruptors can definitely be effective because you're essentially the one setting the pace of the game at that point. But when you're on the defense, reliability will trump effectiveness pretty much every single time.
I mean, Colossus openers are designed to hard counter 3-axes, at least in SE2. Now, as a reminder, this does hit earlier than normal here in Brood War, so I'm curious, as there we go, the first stim is going to be used. Mana is fully aware the Colossus is on the way, but it just now started, so we'll see what Kiwian can get done as he gets across the map.
Yeah, nice little bit of stutter stepping here coming out from Kiwian. We do have a
Yup.
shield battery ready, but these Marines are very stimmed.
Yeah, they are stimmed quite heavily here. They go for the shield battery. Boys are being pulled. Shield battery goes down. Nice damage so far. He does get into the middle line. Once again, probes are falling. Oh my god.
5 probes already. Marines going to be pressing the advantage, and they're just going to be looking to take out even more units. Now, this is kind of the disadvantage of medics compared to medevacs. Can't lift.
Yeah.
All these units are forfeit, but already that was some great damage coming out here from Kiwian.
Yeah, I was really curious what the timing was going to be like, right? Because usually against a 3-max against SE2 Terran, the Colossus comes out just in time to defend. This time we saw that the Colossus was a couple seconds too late. I mean, this did hit a couple seconds earlier as a result, and he still gets economic damage. 6 probes did go down. Mana does hold, but at a cost. He's going for a Colossus drop. It's crazy. Up.
I'm going to try to even things out a little bit, but look at the fan of Marines.
Oh my
the
God.
Positioning here from Kiwian, just primed to pounce right on top of that Warp Prism. Colossus still alive, but not for long. Force a recall, and it will go down. That's even worse than a lockdown.
Oh my god, the wasted recall, the Colossus falls. Mana had a late reaction is what I will say when he came with the War Prism. Without that Prism, the Colossus goes down, and this is a rough start for Mana. Sure, he traded with Marines, but he traded Marines for Colossus.
He traded Marines for Colossus and wasn't able to get any economic damage.
Yeah.
0 SCVs have fallen so far here for Kiwian. And as a result, I mean, he's just so far ahead. He's going to grab his third.
Yeah, third is going to be on the way. Now, Mana is coming in with the second Colossus, this time with War Prison Speed. War Prison Speed just finished up, so he has more micro potential. But he's got a lot of work to do here with this one Colossus. Here he can go for the mineral and he can go for SCVs.
Yeah, no defenses over here. We have a bunker, but nothing inside the bunker.
Yeah, as the boys, after you pulled away, they're taking a lot of damage. There's potential here for the Colossus so far, getting 2 SCV kills, nothing too major. The Bio Army does respond, and hopefully Mana gets out of here without losing that War Prism.
Yeah, losing that War Prism would be disastrous. Here comes the Wraith.
Yeah. It's a Wraith.
That's a Wraith, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
It's a Wraith.
You know.
It's a Wraith? Yeah, it's a Wraith. It's, for some reason, the icon, or the desktop icon, of
Prism.
StarCraft 1.
The Prism! Oh!
Prism is
Oh
insanely
my God.
low, and it will go down. Colossus won't fall with it, but yeah, this pretty much shuts down the harass of Mana. He's now forced to make another Warp Prism, and this just, again, is giving Kiwian so much breathing room. He's going to finish up this third base and won't have to worry about anything really for the time being. He's getting locked down. He's getting 5 ghosts or 4 ghosts.
There it is. Lockdown is on the way, making 4 ghosts, soon to be 5 ghosts at a time. Now, thankfully, though, as we were theorizing earlier about the composition of the Protoss, he is not committing into purely Colossus. We have a Templar Archives on the way. This should be for Archons. This should be for Storm.
Yeah, and funnily enough, you can't lock down a High Templar.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like you said, diversifying the AoE damage. Now Kiwian's going to have to get Science Vessels and Research EMP as well.
Yeah, exactly. That is going to be on the horizon. First Science Vessels on the way for the Terran. Meanwhile, Mana initially is going to be committing across the map. He has not researched Storm yet. Does morph in an Archon. He's got 2 Colossus, and it looks like Mana wants to try to push in, but he's going to be pushing into a tank line. There are 3 tanks behind this, a good amount of Marines and Ghosts. And again, lockdown is done, is researched.
Yeah, and this is going to be a pretty narrow choke point, I worry here, for Mana as he starts to push in.
Yeah, here we go. He does commit. Lockdowns are available, and there they are on the Prism, actually. Prism and on the Colossus.
Yeah, but you know what? The Zealots, they make short work of the tanks. There weren't too many of them to begin with. Lockdown. Yeah, lasted quite a while.
It does last a very long time. The Zealots go down. The Colossus go down. Massive fleet up here. Kiwian completely shuts down the army.
Takes out the Warp Prism as well.
Storm just started, but that is too little too late here. Again, I feel like Mana is learning the hard way the power of the lockdown, and it might be wiser to be just a little bit more defensive here with the Colossus until you get Storm, because without it, I mean, clearly you can just be completely just picked apart.
So you thought SC2 Ghosts were good against Protoss.
You ain't seen nothing yet, mate. Oh my god. That's crazy. Yeah. With that, Mana, thankfully, is at least getting more bases, getting to a 5th expansion, drop moving out across the map. Mana trying to keep up.
Can you friendly fire with lockdown?
That's I'm sure you could.
I feel like you should be able to as a trade-off, you know?
Sure. Oh. So we get a feedback here
Nice
on the
feedback
Wraith.
on top of the Wraith.
Yeah. Drop into the main,
What
but
a
last
spell,
Mana's
actually.
keeping up.
Cloak.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so it really is like a Banshee that can also shoot air.
Yeah. It's like a Banshee that shoots up. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And it's actually got good anti-air as well.
It does. Like the single fire damage that it deals. Jesus. Is it better or worse than Valkyries?
I believe Valkyries are better anti-air. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Valkyries, one, they have a spell that they can use, and they also do splash damage.
Right. That was the thing that I was wondering. So it was like, so you want to get the Valkyries versus something like Sky Toss, but Wraiths against something like just single target damage. Meanwhile, we do have an engagement in the middle of the map. Huge EMP is going to be landing on the bio, but once again, the lockdown. On top of that, Warp Prism will take it out, and the Science Vessels, they have... Okay, not quite research EMP yet, but they're on the way.
Yeah. Is going to be on the way here as we do see Kiwian gain map control. Meanwhile, Mana mass expanding, and so far he's getting away with it. Likewise, going for a Zell around by towards the left-hand side. That's a lot of Zells making their way towards those bases.
Yeah, and we have 3 bunkers, but no units inside of them, so... Yeah, these Zells can get a lot done. There's also a gap between the fortifications, so... Yeah, well, it looks like we're going to get a little bit of a base trade coming in here.
Yeah, I mean, Kiwian's not in position. He does respond. He does pull back for a moment there. SCVs are going to be going down. There are some reinforcements, but again, these Zells, they can wreak havoc.
Yeah, not really being controlled yet, but now they are. They're getting on top of these SCVs, but the SCVs with their 60 health and medic support take a little while to die. Thankfully for Mana, he was able to deal a lot of damage before the medics came into position.
Yeah, at the same time, the main army did collapse in. Tanks go down. Mana, he cleans up the main army. He can't keep pushing. He's pulling Kiwian apart. 16 SCV kills going for the 4th base. Kiwian, he really doesn't really have much of an army. He's in trouble.
Yeah, not anymore. EMP did finish up, but he doesn't really have anything to clean up the rest of Protoss army once he does land those EMPs.
Yeah, Mana, he divides, he conquers 24 SCV kills. Kiwian, he plummets in the economy. Mana, he's on 83 probes, and finally a fight goes Mana's way. Not just a fight though, more importantly, I mean, Kiwian, his ghost count was reset, his tank count was reset, and Kiwian, he's now stuck on 3 bases, and Mana, I mean, he can freely expand, and now he has plenty of Archons, plenty of Ghosts.
Yeah, and he's looking to really expand. Try to secure his 5th base. He's getting a... Try to secure his 5th base, yes. I can count.
Yeah, gets his 5th base up and running, or is looking to do so. Likewise, Mana going back into Colossus, which does make sense because of the reset ghost count here of Kiwian. So suddenly the Colossus aren't that much more effective as well. And Kiwian, he might just have to revert to what he did previously against Rebellion. It might be worth now just turtling up and throwing down a wall of bunkers.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like his only option at this point. He's gonna try to land this DC, and immediately has to pull it up. The entire Protoss army starting to surround this entire Terran army. So many Zealots gonna be locking down the bio. And Storm's going to make short work of everything that remains. Yeah, it's looking like the beginning and the end here for our Brood War Terran player.
Yeah, the power of the Storm here. Now Mana, he has found the answer here. We don't need Colossus. I mean, there is a Colossus, but we don't need them anymore. We need Storms. GG gets called, and Mana ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match.
Whew. GG. Beautifully done here from Mana, just adjusting his playstyle after game number 1. And yeah, it's like you said, I think he really did learn his lesson after the first game, and he's formulated something that will work a lot better here in game number 2. Not just the High Templar, but I think he realized that Gateway Swarm Toss can be very effective, provided you're able to find those little kinks in the Brute War Terran armor, right? Unlike what Rebellion was doing, which is essentially slamming everything into a brick wall. Mana, he kind of identified these little undefended spots, like those bunkers that didn't have anything in them. Just sent a whole bunch of zealots into there, forced Kirion to push into his entrenched position, was able to trade well, and also was able to cripple Kirion economically until eventually was able to come in and just finish him off.
Yeah, I'll be honest, looking at game 1 and game 2, it does feel a little bit obvious here that it looks like Mana's learning on the fly. Like, it looks like Mana, he's maybe a little bit unfamiliar with some of these compositions, and he is, like, learning through these experiences, whether they're successes or failings, and he's slowly getting better throughout this series, which is why coming into game 3, it's very possible that now that Kirion, he will revert to that more defensive style. That's what I would imagine here, especially if Mana does avoid going into Colossus. If he does go for a more Charge or Archon Storm heavy composition, we might just see a different approach here from Kirion, but we'll see as the ace match is going to be on Troy.
Here we go. This is now Kirion's pick as to which era our players are going to be choosing, and if we saw in his series against Rebellion, he did really well on Troy while playing StarCraft 2 Terran. Will he do that again, or will we get 3 games in a row of Mana and SE2 Protoss and Kirion on Brute War Terran?
Yeah, Kirion, what does he go for? Which race does he pick as we are loading into that ace match? And then we have confirmation. It's SE2.
Here we go. Gonna be finishing our Group A. Yes, going to be finishing up Group A here to see who our final player of the evening to advance to the playoffs is going to be. And we're finishing it off here on Troy. We're over here in the top left-hand corner of the map. Spawning all the way in the top left-hand corner, we have our red Brood War Protoss player coming out from the land of Poland. The first time in the series. So we'll be playing Brute War Protoss. He's, of course, going to be representing his team, Team Liquid, as he is the captain now. But we have Mana. Get banana.
Beautiful. Spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player, the South Korean Brood War Terran, being forced into the ace match. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Kirion. We go. As we have Mana going for his gate expand. Likewise, this is a 4-player spawn map. Mana is looking for his opponent, and he is going for the horizontal scout.
I'm trying to remember what I used to do on 4-player maps like this. I think I either went clockwise from where I spawned, or I went across the map. And then went clockwise from there. Of course, as a Terran player, eventually I have a Reaper, so that would that helps out a little bit.
For sure. As Mana, he does scout initially, does scout immediately. For myself, I can't remember either. I think for Zerg it's a little bit different, obviously, because you have your Overlord scout first, followed by the drone scout, which I think I was going for on 4-player spawn maps.
And then you have a second Overlord.
Yeah, which heads towards the other base location. But it's been a long time, right? It's been a very long time.
Yeah, I miss him.
Smurge.
Yeah, both of our players able to confirm that they did spawn horizontal to each other.
Yes, they have. We do see Mana rushing into Dragoon range, so going to be relying on Dragoons initially. Shield batteries also on the way in the main base mineral line as well to keep him safe against the Reaper. Likewise, our eyes are going to be on Kirion. How does he approach this? Last time we saw him play SE2 Terran, he did all-in. Rebellion did attempt to all-in him. This time, though, he has expanded.
Yeah, it did take a little bit of expansion, but I have to imagine that, if it ain't broke, don't break it. I have to imagine Kirion's going to continue to be very drop-heavy and utilize his more mobile army. And, of course, the neutral simulators. Yeah. One of my new favorite features here. Can you imagine taking out the neutral simulators from a Terran player or from a Zerg player, and just completely shutting down their production.
Yeah.
From the Terran side, forced to just lift up, and
it's crazy.
Oh boy, brutal, absolutely brutal.
Yeah, it's something that was played around with a little bit in SE2, as in, like, if you remember, we had like these switches that you could activate or you could focus down to like open up bridges and stuff like that. Like, there are these little little tidbits, or like the lava map, for example, during the Shoutcraft Clan Wars, but that never really hit the mainstream like ladder map pool, unfortunately. Like it's possible you can make them, you can have like these little quirks and these like unique features on these maps, but yeah, they were never fully implemented. I think there was like that one season. Did we ever even have neutral turrets? I remember like there was a TLMC that had neutral turrets, but I don't remember if they actually made it into the ladder.
It never made its way into ladder or the competitive pool. I think in Shoutcraft Clan Wars,
there was
used a little bit, but
for sure,
obviously not in the main competition, not in the main competitive side. Here's something interesting coming up from Kiwion Light. He got the Raven. He didn't research Interference Matrix. Because he knows, after you get a taste of Lockdown, you can never go back. You can never go back to Interference Matrix.
Just doesn't hit the same. It's not the same.
Yeah. It's the same, but worse.
True. As Kiwion
Why can't mine look like that?
Exactly. Oh my god. As Kiwion is going for a third CC, that is third CC before the other two Raxes, so this is going to be an economic build. I mean, we've seen this before. We mentioned it, how on this map you have a pseudo island right next to your main, so you can freely expand. Mana likewise going for the vertical expand here towards the south, the linear expand, I should say. Will be taking a much faster Nexus as well.
Yeah, not going to be taking the island map yet. At least Mana isn't. I would be surprised if Kiwion doesn't go for it again. And I mean, he's got his Vikings in position. He's going for the island map.
Yeah. He is going for the islands. Meanwhile, we have Reaver production from the side of Mana. He's, of course, committing here into Master Dragoon Reaver initially, which is very similar to what Rebellion did embrace on this map previously as well. The difference, though, is that last time that we had diagonal spawn locations, this time it is horizontal. They are closer to each other, which means we could see more aggression and momentum swinging more heavily in the favor of players winning fights.
Yeah, it's going to come down to who's going to take the initiative is what we're kind of waiting for. As we saw in that series against Rebellion, like you were mentioning, because we had diagonal spawns, because it took so long for Kiwion to be able to make it across the map, Rebellion was able to just set up defenses in the middle of the map, reinforce a little bit quicker, and just completely shut down that style of aggression. This time, I feel like because of the horizontal spawns, it's going to reward aggression a lot more. As you see here from Mana, going to be pushing straight to the main base, takes out the tank, but there's just a little bit too much bio here, and a little bit too few scarabs to really press the advantage.
I mean, there was a wall of Marauders, right? There was a pretty hefty Marauder count here from Kiwion, so he does hold quite nice. He's sure he loses the one tank, but he does defend in the end. We can see Mana setting up for a Reaver drop towards the mineral line. Bold move does come in towards the right-hand side. Turrets are on the way, but it looks like they're not going to be able to finish in time.
Not just yet. Vikings are coming out, but yeah, the Reaver's already going to land, but two Vikings chasing down a shuttle. It's not long for this world. Yeah,
the shuttle goes down. The Reaver is trapped. Remember, there is no recoil here. Oh my god. Oof. Up. The micro.
Did you see that auto turret?
Yeah,
nice struggling coming from Kiwion, but not going to be enough. This Reaver just does not care. It shuts down everything.
The attack point of the Reaver is insane. It just instantly shoots the Scarab. It's crazy. It's just instant.
But unfortunately, the attack rate is a little bit too slow, so the Marauder being able to tank one Scarab will be able to take out, will be able to clean up the Reaver in the end. But Jesus Christ, that was... It's like when a kid bothers you and you just gotta slap them away. No, I should say that. That's not something I do. It's...
Oh, God.
It feels like an MMO when you're playing against a bunch of trash mobs, right? And they just aggro into you. And you just press one button and they just die instantly.
And they get just completely shut down. Just like the kids. As we do step into the natural. Alas, there's no reason behind this. Reaver does pop out of the robo, but oh my god, there's just a wave of Terran diving into the natural base. Tanks are sieging up. The Reaver is so slow. There is no turret. Skyrim shot going to be going off. Good connection here, but is it going to be enough? Oof.
Yeah, one good connection, but Kirion, unfortunately for mana, was able to pre-split a little bit quicker this time. And now with the tanks, with the bio, Mana actually going to be surviving here with his Dragoons. He'll be avoiding a lot of these tank volleys.
Yeah, he does barely hold on here. He does survive. Very good. My Mana actually didn't lose many workers whatsoever. The mineral line is still safe and sound. He holds. And Kirion just barely does not have enough to break him. It is going to pivot away instead, and he might actually find some success here at some of these other fringe bases.
Yeah, going to be trying to poke. Going to try to poke into this. We'll be able to take out these cannons. Oh, these simulators, these simulators, these simulators!
He's going for them! Bring them down! He's so close! Up! Up! He gets one!
We'll be able to take down one of them, and yeah, that's going to be enough to chase away the Dragoons, but unfortunately not the Zealots.
And all the Zealots, the last they can just be dropped down anyway. The first two Dragoons going to be going down. There's one Dragoon left. Zealots, they can still squeeze past these rocks. They can still make their way through. Yeah. But Kirion, he backs up. They are skinny.
Yeah. They're very lean. You know, they're very thin. They're not compensating with their physique.
Oh, now that they have Zealot legs, they actually do move differently. Like, as in, like, their model. Now they're like hunched over a little bit.
Yeah, they're leaning forward a little bit.
Yeah. They're using the weight of their bodies.
Exactly. They learned about physics.
Oh my god.
They're unstoppable now.
Yeah, Zoomers. SE2 Zealots, what's going on? What do they do?
Learn physics.
Naruto run doesn't make any sense at all.
Naruto running doesn't help you. It doesn't make you more aerodynamic.
It doesn't.
That's a myth.
It doesn't make you run faster. You don't see them Naruto running in the Olympics. It slows you down. God
you get drag, yeah.
You do.
Unironically, I think they actually did a study on that.
Oh god.
It increases your drag or something.
Shaking my head.
Zoomers, surprisingly, despite the name, actually pretty slow.
Yeah, they don't zoom. They don't. They really don't. Oh no. As the Liberators do get across the map, we're going to be delaying some of the mining time here. Mana keeping up here, moving out towards the fresh mining base. Fun fact here, we actually saw Kirion knock down the rocks, or knock down the simulators himself just to save his base, just to make it secure.
Yeah. Now it's an island.
Yeah.
It's like he dammed up an area to make it an island? Question mark? How does that?
Beaver.
He dug up He dug up the land.
God.
Huge concave bioterran. Storms will land, but yeah, Kirion able to avoid them. I'm gonna need somebody to. Whoa. Okay, before I get into that, I just realized Kader Amulet still here for Brute War Protoss.
Oh.
I just saw that finishing research. That was. Ooh.
That's a blast from the past, man.
That worries me. That worries me quite a bit. That's triggering the PTSD here, but yeah, I'll need someone to confirm this for me. It seems as though Brood War Storm, it does the same overall damage, but it's a little bit slower when it comes to it. It does a bit less damage, but it lasts longer.
I think it does. It does look like it lasts longer, for sure. As we do get a June drop into the main, he's going to these simulators, the gas geysers. He knocks them down.
Shut down everything here.
Is that game?
A couple of Zealots managed to make it through, but it looks like it very well may be, unless this one Dark Templar is able to shut down everything.
I mean,
Scan does get taken out.
DT goes down. I mean, there is
production.
There's
no warping.
There is no warping, but there is production here in the main base. At the same time, the main armies do clash. Massive EMPs here on the High Templar.
Shuts it down once again, and Terran Bio just moving on forward. Undeterred, this one Reaver. It's got its work cut out for it, but even that's not going to be enough. GG is called. Kirion going to be taking that series 2-1. Going to be the second player advancing from Group A. Brutal, absolutely brutal here for Mana, but GG, very well played here from Kirion. Once again, just making full use of the features of this map, just
Mhm.
really exploiting it to his advantage, and as a result, he does get rewarded for that, and he will advance. My heart goes out to Rebellion and to Mana, two players who I think, honestly, if they were in a different group against different players, either one of them would have been able to advance. But Kilian just really coming in as a Protoss sniper
Yeah.
in both StarCraft 2 and in Brute War.
Yeah, I mean, Kiwian had a really rough start to the group. For those that maybe weren't here, exclamation mark, or actually, I should just switch our scenes over, and we can have a look at the group itself as it has concluded. But we started the night off with Shin versus Kiwian, and it was one-sided. It was one-sided, you know, it wasn't too close here. Kiwian wasn't looking too hot. Which is why I wasn't really expecting too much from him, but he more than redeemed himself in his series against Rebellion and against Mana as well.
Absolutely. I mean, Kirion had some plans, it seemed like. I mean, he had a couple of tricks up his sleeve. He had a couple of builds prepared specifically for Shin, but I mean, Shin was ready for all of them and was just able to shut them down both times and was able to just, get that 2-0. But here in the TVP matchups against Rebellion and Mana, like you were saying, he just redeemed himself very, very well. He more than made up for, I believe, being the only player to go down 0-2 so far this evening. I think Mana was able to take a map off of Shin, right?
Yeah. That went to the ace match. Mana did take a map off of Shin. It was the Adept game, if you remember, the Glaive Adepts.
Right. Yeah, it's coming back to me. The Glaive Adept, which just shut him down at the start because, Brute War Zerg just doesn't have any units that are really effective against Adepts, especially in a StarCraft 2 map, but then he got his revenge by going for a Roach Russian in game number 3.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, congratulations to Shin and Kiwian for advancing on out of this group. Again, these Kiwian matches were very impressive. I just do like the wide breadth of play that he showed us with both Brood War and SC2 Terran. Likewise, this also felt like a bit of an introduction for Mana as well when it comes to what can and what cannot quite necessarily work against Brood War Terran as well. Not just that, but the maps coming into play, as you were mentioning, by sniping those gas guys was crazy. For those that are curious, there is no recall. There's no recall available for Protoss in Brood War. I mean, there is a recall, but you need Arbiters, right? You need Arbiters to be able to recall around. Without them...
Yeah, and that's much later in the game.
Exactly. That's more of a late game kind of tech choice. That is why you do need more map control, you need more map awareness to be able to survive against those sort of things. Otherwise, you can see how punishing it can be for those drops to knock down those simulators. Crazy
Indeed. Oh, and with that was Group A. That was our confirmed players making it through, and our confirmed players getting eliminated. I was worried for a second. Like, after our first 3 series, I want to say, we had just some very, very quick games, but the final 2 TVPs, we got to sink our teeth into things a little bit longer. Still a shorter broadcast than on average, but
yeah.
At least it didn't immediately end.
They got us in the first half, mate. The first half was purely all in. It was just purely cheese. But we really got satisfied here in these last 2 series. Definitely the highlight of the group for me was Kirian's TVP matches. So I do recommend the VODs if you guys missed out on it. For those that are curious, for those that are just now tuning in, this is a replay cast of Group A. The group stage of the SEL was played over the weekend. We were busy casting ourselves. We were casting many other events at the time, and now it's our turn to catch up on what happened in StarCraft Evolution. Today we just wrapped up with Group A. Tomorrow we're going to be back with Group B.
Indeed.
So
I'm going to keep myself pure. I'm going to not look at the bracket so I don't get spoiled, but give us a little bit of a sneak peek for what we have for tomorrow here.
So Group B is going to include 4 fresh players. 2 Zerg players in Wayne and Rumieth. Rumieth is the Korean Zerg player. Wayne, of course, is from Europa, the Zerg player as well, mainly an SC2 player.
You made it. Yeah. You may know him as Vanya or Ratata in the past.
There you go. Ratata, Wayne, Vanya, if you will. Meanwhile, we have the Terran player in Quanta. Quanta is going to be featured in Group B.
Yes!
And we have the SE2 legend himself, the Protoss player from Korea, Classic.
The chat sick. The chin toss himself.
Let's go.
Not really somebody we were expecting too much to get into SE Evo, but yeah, a couple of weeks ago he signed up for one of the weeklies, managed to win the whole thing, and he's coming back in. I'm honestly a little surprised that he's planning to play Brute War Protoss, just because I know that when he was a pro during Brute War, he played Terran, and that's actually kind of why he ended up playing Protoss in StarCraft 2 after one season of Pro League, where he's like, I don't understand StarCraft 2 Terran at all. The style is completely different. Protoss, funnily enough, is more similar to Brute War Terran, so that's why he made the switch. So, yeah, I'm surprised that he's going to be playing Brute War Protoss as well.
Yeah, he has embraced that, and I mean, coming into this tournament, my favorites to win the entire thing are going to be, Shin and Classic. Shin is the highest rated SE2 Zerg player that has embraced SE Evo, and Classic is the highest rated Protoss player that has embraced this mod as well. But there are some other heavy hitters. We have yet to embrace them, but we have players like Skillus that are going to be competing. Dark got invited as well. I don't know how Dark is going to look in this mod. We have Mark Ubu Thermal. We haven't gotten into him, but I mean, I'm sure he's got some spicy builds as well.
Yeah, he's the only one who's not going to be playing the same race for both matchups. Well, there's potential for him to play the same race, but for StarCraft 2, he announced that he was going to be playing random.
Oh yeah. So there's a lot of
he's going to play Terran for Brute War, but random for StarCraft 2.
Yeah, so I mean, who knows what to expect for those matches. So again, no spoilers in the chat if you happen to have watched it live. We are going to be going over the replays. Tomorrow is going to be Group B. Day after that is going to be Group C. Day after that is going to be Group D. So we have 4 days straight. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Tomorrow is going to be Group B. Then we have a break because on Thursday we have the podcast. So we have the podcast on Thursday, and then we go back into StarCraft Evolution on Friday and Saturday. And then right after that, we jump into the playoffs. The playoffs are going to be taking place over the course of the weekend as well.
Indeed. Gonna try to see if we can get that live, but if not, then replay casts like so.
Oh, yeah. Exactly, that is going to be the plan. So yeah, look forward to it. Plenty of StarCraft coming up ahead of us here this week, whether it's StarCraft Evolution, whether it's Code for Giants Cup, or whether it's Tenacious Total Tussle or the podcast as well. There's plenty of content on the CranKy Ducklings. If you are curious, !socials in the chat, you'll get a link to our social medias. We have Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings. Likewise, we also stream on YouTube at the same time, so if you want to tune into some VODs, we have you covered over on YouTube.
Yeah. Stay tuned for them, because some of them are, oh boy, some of the more exciting games will be available on VODs. I know a lot of people have mentioned that they've missed a couple of them, but yeah, that's why you gotta stay tuned to YouTube.
Oh yeah, they are all there on YouTube, so do check that out if you're interested. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for support. I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves, and we will be embracing these groups over the course of the week. Our next broadcast is going to be in, I want to say, 9 hours time. Let me just quickly double check. But our next broadcast is going to be Code for Giants Cup in around like 10 or so hours. Oof. So, oh yeah, going to be going to sleep soon.
Very early. Yeah,
waking up in time for that.
Yeah, that's the Brazilian Open Cup. For those of you who are a little unfamiliar with that, yeah, that's going to be happening very shortly, when essentially evening time over there in the land of South America.
Oh yeah,
pretty soon.
Yeah. So again, in around 10 or so hours, we're going to be live on the channel. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. Yaku, where can people find you? Where can people tune into more Yaku of the Zaku?
Well, first off, twitch.tv/YakuZaku1. I'm not making any promises as to whether or not I'll stream, but Light did give me a little bit of a... Light and I, we had a little bit of a very brief talk about how I might potentially ease myself back into some things. So, not going to make any promises, but in future, yeah, twitch.tv/YakuZaku1, twitter.com @Empora-Yakuzaku, also on Blue Sky @Yakuzaku if you wanna see me pull Pokemon cards in the Pokemon card game app. I just got my fat Pikachu in the virtual one. He He's as magnificent as the real life one. I love him so much.
I mean, you just won the game, right?
Pretty much,
it
yeah.
over?
I
Like...
never need to log back in. I never need to log back in. I'm pretty sure. I got it. They say that there are some that I didn't get, but really, I got them all. I got all I need.
You got all the ones that matter.
Exactly. Got Fat Pikachu. I got Wigglytuff, who is not. It looks like there's nothing going on behind those eyes in that Wigglytuff.
Oh my god.
I got Giovanni,
Oh,
who isn't a Pokemon, but
there you go.
Yeah.
Trainer card.
Trainer card. But yeah, that's my blue sky, and other than that, exclamation mark Discord. In the chat, we'll bring you to the CranKy Ducklings Discord server. It's where I'm usually hanging around. It's where Light's at. It's where Kuro's at. It's where Hyper1, who actually organized this tournament, is one of the places you can find him. I mean, he's rather prolific now. You can find him a lot of places. But yeah, that's the CranKy Ducklings Discord server, and that's pretty much all the places you can find me. What about you, Light?
You can follow me at Light_VIP on Twitch and Twitter. I try to stream whenever I can, but this week we are very busy with casting. We have 2 casts basically every day for the rest of the week, so we are quite busy here on the channel, the CranKy Ducklings. But in future weeks, that I will be available to try to jump into some more casting, to try to ladder and stream and potentially embrace some other games as well. So if you want, you can follow me over on my own personal channel. Otherwise, thanks so much. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. We do appreciate the support, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for some more StarCraft action.
Yeah, we'll see you then.
Ciao.
Bella. Try to guess who these people I drew were. Some people in the chat.